Everyone has had a good day and a good week as we are getting ever closer towards Christmas. It really is now getting within touching distance. And I hope that everyone is doing well, as I said. So, yeah, we have got a Smackdown tonight that I believe is live. And I believe it to be one of the last live shows that we're going to have for a while. The unfortunate truth is that next week is all taped. So they taped Boxing Day on Monday. They're taping Raw tonight. NXT got taped on Wednesday for the next 2 weeks. So I think the first live show back is the Raw kind of on the 29th, something like that, 30th, whatever that is. That's going to be the next show that's live. Next week is just all tape shows, which honestly, no complaints. No complaints. I hate tape shows. You know they're a nightmare for us to stay in sync. You know that it's a nightmare trying to avoid spoilers. You know that people hate them for those reasons, but yeah, the superstars have got to go back to their families. And obviously a lot of the superstars are global, they're international. So, you know, they've got to travel to different countries to see their family. So, yeah, as I said, no complaints from me. It is what it is. And yeah, just looking forward to whatever it is we get tonight. And then going into next week, we'll still be doing the watch-alongs. We'll still be here Monday, Tuesday, Friday, doing all of those. We've still got member streams that are all lined up. So, yeah, plenty on the way. But let's have a look, shall we, at SmackDown and see what it is that we've got coming up. We are going to stick around and do the fight. My understanding is that show starts at 1. So I believe the main show, the Joshua against Jake Paul, starts at 1 UK time. That's now less than 2 hours away. It starts, I think, at the exact same time as SmackDown. I don't know when the scheduled main event is. I think it's literally as SmackDown ends. It's like change the channel and out they come, right? Really disappointing. I really wish we could have done it as a separate stream. I really wish it was tomorrow. It isn't. If you're going to make me choose between the two, here we are. I've chosen the wrestling. And yeah, it's just a bit of a shame, really. I am disappointed. It would have been lovely to have really got our teeth into that event. You know, some of the undercard Anderson Silva and some of the women fights they've got lined up look pretty good, but we are going to be focused on the wrestling. So we're here for SmackDown. I'm not going to be talking about the boxing until we do SmackDown, and then as soon as SmackDown's done, we'll just stay on this stream, have a look and see what's happening with the fight. So that's the plan. It's a bit disappointing. I wish that, as we said, it wasn't colliding, but hey-ho, it is what it is. And I suppose it's just an extra little bonus treat afterwards, isn't it? But it is going to throw out the breakdown. It is going to throw out the opinions videos. It is going to cause a little bit of carnage on that front. But, you know, whatever. So, yes, we've got that. And then tomorrow, we do have AAA. They're doing a show, which I believe has got the Wyatt 6 against Psycho Circus. So that should be good. Looking forward to that. It was also going to have the Lucha Bros, but I believe now it's Rey Fenix and Rey Mysterio teaming, taking on Dominic and El Grande Americano. I don't know where you watch it in America, but it is on YouTube internationally, so you can watch that show. If you're like, hang on, there's a AAA show, and it's got WWE stars on it. Where do I watch that? It's going to be on YouTube. And actually, those shows do really well. They're very, very popular. Very popular. And I didn't mention it in Unseen, but we do know the numbers that Saturday Night's main event did last weekend. They did 4 million. Normally, a Saturday Night's main event will do about 2 million. I think there have been, like, Goldberg's last one did maybe 3 million. The John Cena one did 4 million, which, I don't know, I was expecting maybe a little bit more than that. Not much. Not much. That's not the views from Peacock. That's just the views on YouTube. Those are just the international views the people that watched it on YouTube. So it is, double a normal Saturday night's main event and bigger than Goldberg's. But I don't know, I did think it'd be like 5 million or something like that. So came out as 4 million. I haven't seen for a few days. It might have gone up, but 4 million last time I checked. Okay, I think we've done enough talking. Let's do this so we can do more talking. This is the SmackDown preview. So we've got Wyatt 6 defending the tag titles against the MFTs. That'll be good. Cody Rhodes is going to return to SmackDown after his home invasion on Drew McIntyre. We have already seen that, or I've watched it. I told you guys about it in Unseen a few days ago. I'm sure you've seen it anyway. I was surprised they didn't play that on Raw, but they've saved it for SmackDown. Ilya Dragunov and Carmelo are taking on DIY. Interesting. Nia Lash look to get into the title hunt against the Kabuki Warriors. That strikes me as maybe a promo segment. We'll have to see. And then Julia fans, rejoice! Julia takes on Alba Fire. Oh my god, all those Julia fans and stans are going to be celebrating in the streets. Their queen is going to be in action. And big match. Big match. If she gets past Alba Fire, she should get a shot at Chelsea. Of course she's going to get past Alba Fire, and of course she's going to get a shot at Chelsea. I don't know what happens then, because, I don't really know why we put the belt on Chelsea if she then is just going to drop it back to Julia. So I've got to think Julia is not winning. So I'm sort of looking for Julia to move on to something else, but maybe we can't do that until we get past the Rumble, I know that's, a good few weeks away, but they might not have like a little feud ready for her. So it might be she's in this sort of holding pattern until we get to the Rumble. So, yeah, I think she wins this, and I think she'll go on to face Chelsea. I don't know that she'll be successful. I don't know what we do in January with her, right? Maybe still around Chelsea for a bit, and then into the Rumble. And hopefully out of that, she gets her big feud that she can then really get her teeth into. So we'll have to see, though. The future looks bright for Julia. I don't have any worries. I do agree, though, that the inconsistency with her appearing on TV is very frustrating. I thought big things when she dropped that belt. I thought, okay, she's free now to go and do something else. And then they just didn't do anything else with her. They just sort of kept her in the background. So I agree, it has been frustrating. Keep the dream. Shout out to you, my friend. Said, do we see Priest getting back into the title scene? I think Damian Priest has come out recently and said that he's been dealing with some issues because he runs hard in the sense of he just doesn't take time off, never asks for time off. He just, you need me for that, no problem. You need me for that, no problem. And he says he's got some niggles, and WWE have actually said, look, we want to get the rest of your career out of you. We don't want you breaking down now. So, take it easy. Let's just use you here and there. Let's, kind of manage this period. And I think he's been a bit frustrated by that. So if 2025 has felt a bit underwhelming, that might explain as to why. But to be honest with you, I think that they put the belt on him, and I don't think it felt quite right. It's a bit like when you put the belt on JC Jane in NXT, it felt right. Her match quality sort of improved. Her promos just kind of clicked. She kind of got given the ball and she ran with it, and she was brilliant. And, I think for me, she kind of really established herself as a true face of the women's division. Before that, she was still a face. But, she was a face along with Jada Parker, Kalani Jordan, Lola Vice. You could make an argument, you put the belt on her, she becomes the face. And it does become a bit of a sink or swim moment. I think she swam. With Damian getting the belt, I don't know, did his match quality improve? Did his work improve? Was his promos more captivating? Did they see an uptick in like a connection with the audience and Google searches and merch sales and video views, and was the energy, was the vibe right? It's hard to kind of put your finger on that X factor, because that X factor is, you know, hard to pin down as to what it is. You know, it's a bit like saying if someone's got an aura or not. You know, there's a lot of things that go into an aura. There's a lot of things like, you know, music and the way they look and how they dress and the presentation, the camera work, any kind of special effects in the entranceway. Like, you've got to have everything hitting in order to, you know, build that aura. And I don't know, was the X factor there with Damian? Some would say yes, some would say no. I think personally it was a no for me. I would imagine it's a no for quite a few of you. And I think as a result, like, you know, WWE have just kind of took him out of the fire, tried to find something else for him to do. Also, they've had this conversation about, you know, calm it down. You know, your body's breaking down. We don't want you, like, out of action. So, taking all that into consideration, I think it's hard to sit here and say that he's going to get back to a world title in 2026. I don't think he does. I think if you look at Bron Breakker and you look at Gunther and you look at Sammy even, you know, there was word that Sammy was going to be in the conversation. You know, I would put Jay ahead of him as well. I think they're telling a story with Jay. Jay seems to have gone back in the Usos, but I don't know that that's long term. It could be that, you know, he's going to be doing that for a bit so that he can then turn on Jimmy and then he becomes a heel. And, you know, we pull the trigger. Jacob coming through as well. I sort of feel like Roman says he's not done. Obviously, you've got Seth who's going to come back. It's really hard, isn't it, to see where Damian sort of fits into that picture. So, unfortunately, I'm going to sit here and say 2026 I don't see. I think if I was booking, I would say to Damian, I'd sit him down and I'd be honest about how it's just not connecting. The numbers are not numbering. And the aura is not quite aura-ing. And I would say, like, 2026, this is where we want to see some improvement. If you can give me that in 2026, we can certainly have a conversation going into 2027. I mean, he's big. He's got a great look. He's got a dedicated fan base. He's got that Latina background, which is really important, you know, because Puerto Rico and all of that, you know, is a real market for WWE. So he's definitely got some things going for him. His size, credibility, you know, all of that is great. But, yeah, for me, there's definitely elements that are missing. Fix those in 2026. We'll talk early 2027. That's kind of the conversation I would have with him personally. But he can get there. No door is closed. I mean, blimey now, CM Punk came back to WWE. Certainly no door is closed. But don't see it in the short term. Jitterman said, Daze, would you build a story for Kairi Asuka? Maybe give Asuka the IC title. We could have a story for them where Kairi can't cope. Yeah, I mean, it felt like we were going that way, and we could absolutely circle back to that. So they might have already shown their hand, to be honest. You know, it was very much Asuka abusing Kairi, wasn't it? And Kairi was like holding her face after being slapped. And, you know, kind of standing around and pleading with Io to come back in the group. And then Asuka would call her name and she would jump and she'd be like, you know, I'm sorry, I've got to... Oh. And she seemed really torn. She seemed really conflicted. And I think all of that has just sort of been thrown away. We kept the Kairi thing a little bit because it's funny. But really, other than that, Kairi doesn't really seem to be too conflicted. I think she, the other day, delivered an elbow to Rhea. I don't know that she would have done that to Io. I think there is still something there. You know, when Io took the bullet, Kairi was like, why have you done that? Why have you done that? So it says to me that, you know, it's not like she delivered the elbow to Io and she just started laughing her head off, you know? Like, I don't care. You was going to get one anyway, right? She was, like, really yelling at Io for doing that. So that says to me there's still something there. But it does feel like that has been a bit all watered down because maybe the time is not right for a split. And so as a result, we're just sort of getting through this period of the Kabuki Warriors being champions. But it'll be very interesting when they lose those titles. I would imagine Asuka will blame Kairi, and we will then go back to the story we had. And then, yeah, you know, I think we will get a little bit of a showdown. Whether, man, you want to involve the IC title into that, whether you don't need a belt in it, or however, like, you play it. I mean, it feels pretty classic, abusing Kairi till she can't take no more, stands up to Asuka, seen it a million times. I think it's the same thing they'll do with Theory. He'll get abused in the Vision. He'll stand up to it. I think we've seen it a million times. I think we'll see it a million times more. It's a classic storyline, and it sort of feels like, I could believe we do that. Yeah. So, yeah, if you want to put the IC title around Asuka, it's a belt that would certainly look right on Asuka. You know, workhorse, true in-ring technician, you know. I kind of feel like I'd have no issue with it, but I don't know if it necessarily needs it. But I'd have no problem with that. So, Jitterman, thank you. Dormouse said, hit that tap and sub and join the members side, said Dormouse. Dormouse, hello, buds. I hope you're well, my friend. I hope you're excited for Christmas. I hope you're all excited for Christmas. It's getting very real now. I don't know how you lot are feeling about it, but for me, it's getting very real. And for me, it's a case that I need to, like, double check I've got all my presents and everything that I need to have bought, because, you know, it's getting to the point where you can't even get stuff delivered now. It's getting very, very close. It's getting a little bit too close. So, yes, let's make sure that we obviously enjoy the wrestling, but make sure that you enjoy Christmas as well next week. It's going to be a good one, hopefully, this year for everyone. And talking to the community, we have, obviously, a new Hall of Fame inductee. That person is Muggsy. You lot voted Muggsy going into the Hall of Fame, so we do have our little thing up here, which has got all the Hall of Fame information. There's Dormouse, actually. That's wonderful timing, Dormouse. So there we go. That is the Wrestling Escape Pods that we do on a Thursday. And I'm going to try and do some little edited videos with that. I think there's some brilliant stuff in the Wrestling Escape Pod, but there's also a lot of waffle. I want to try and edit them down into like 5-10 minute little episodes. I think they could be really good. So I'm going to look to, you know, with all that spare time I've got, I'm going to try and do that. So Uncle Revel went in October. Obviously, we are live for SmackDown right now. And hopefully coming up next should be the newest person that's gone into the Hall of Fame, Muggsy. Muggsy goes in. So many congratulations to Muggsy. So Muggsy decided not to send a video, but did just ask if I could read this out. He sent this over. So he said, I'm not the greatest with speeches, so this is just going to be short and sweet. Thank you to Daze and every person who has shared a word with me, even once on the streams or elsewhere. You guys make it so easy to be part of such a nice, loving community, besides James. Joke. Sorry for that stray shot. This community has become such a huge part of my life, and I don't regret a thing about it. All the watch-alongs, the member streams, they've been an honor to have been a part of, and I don't plan on stopping watching anytime soon. But if I were to, I'm sure I would still have friends and family for life. From the bottom of my heart, I truly am thankful to know each and every one of you, and I look forward to meeting more new faces. To end off, I want to leave you with one of my favorite song lyrics. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Thanks again, everyone. See you in the chat. So, lovely words there from Muggsy. We always allow the person going in to send in a little video, or I'll read a little something out. And Muggsy sent that over for us. And yeah, lovely. Got loads of votes. And I get people asking all the time, how do I get in the Hall of Fame? How do I get in the Hall of Fame? And the truth is, the members, the people in green, they nominate every single month, like a person, anyone. You don't have to be a member. Like, you have to be a member to vote, but they can vote for anyone in the community. And basically, whoever gets the most votes, the 4 people with the most votes, goes into a poll. You lot then choose, right? So it's quite a process. It's very difficult, is the answer. How do I get in? It's hard. There's only 1 person a month that goes in, apart from December, where we have 2 people go in. So, yes, yeah, amazing. Lots of very, very deserving people going into our Hall of Fame. It's just a nice way to put the spotlight on the community. So, Muggsy, many congratulations, my friend. Okay, Mr. Full D said, my go-to stream reaction for all WWE and boxing. Well, Mr. Full D, thank you, my friends. Yeah, I mean, it's been quite the year. There's been moments, obviously, for us to enjoy. 2026, we're hoping we're going to get more. We're hoping that volume is going to be turned up. We're hoping for more, like, moments and, more fun times. And we're going to get them, right? There's going to be more in 2026. No doubt about it. Whether the year is going to be better than 2025, we don't know. We obviously hope so. I do think it'll be another year of growth. I do think it will be another year of building. I think that we're still going to be committed to Julia, to Stephanie, to Tiffany, to Jacob, to Braun and Bronson and Dominic and Carmelo. And we're going to add to that as well. Oba surely comes up. Trick surely comes up. Sol Ruka surely comes up. We're going to add people to that. So I think there's a real chunk of people there, Roxanne as well, very much in that conversation of people that we are trying to invest in, that we're trying to build. And so if that's kind of going on here, it means that, the top level has got to really be firing, because that's going to carry a lot of the storytelling and a lot of the star power as we're kind of building up those future stars. And obviously, Bron Breakker is trying to get into that top level, and you can debate and argue like how important the Women's World Championships are. I mean, we know that they don't very often headline pay-per-views, for example, so it's hard to put them on the same level as the men's belts that do kind of headline SummerSlams and WrestleManias, and it's normally the men that are closing the show, right? Rightfully or wrongfully, but those belts are obviously still important, but we've got to make sure those world championships and the bloodline and the vision and any of those top stories are firing next year. So important. And this year, I think we just got it wrong. The John Cena heel run, it was wrong. And the vision story starting up was a bit flat, and it didn't really have the intrigue. We weren't desperate to tune in the next week to see what was going to happen. And I think, we got that wrong. So you look at Jay as champion, it didn't work. We had to go back to Gunther. So I think we can look at that as a bit of a misstep as well. The whole Jay experiment, you could say. It was worth trying, but it didn't work. And so there was just too much stuff that was important that just didn't land in 2025. The hope is that we can obviously have a much more better success rate in 2026. So, yeah, we're hoping for more. We're optimistic for more OMG moments and things to get our teeth into. And, yeah, let's all enjoy Christmas and go into 2026 refreshed, refocused, revitalized, and hopefully WWE creative and talent, they're all going to do the same. One great thing about these tape shows is everyone gets a break, all the writers and producer, everyone gets to spend time with their family, get some sleep, get some rest, recalibrate, and then go again next year. rest of the year, it's go, 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 go. There's no time off. It's, constantly shows all the time. But at least there's a chance here for everyone to go, take a breath, maybe reflect and have a look at where things went well and didn't, and go again next year. So I'm optimistic. I think you've got to be, haven't you? It'd be a shame to not be optimistic. It'd be a shame to just be like, oh, it all sucks and everything. I don't think it does all suck. We can find some good stuff about this year. So, yeah, appreciate it, Mr. Faldy. Uncle Rebel said, how are we feeling about 2 Wyatt matches going back to back? Good. I mean, I think the MFT feud feels a little bit cold. It's not really done a great deal yet. We've just had them sort of, confronting each other. Obviously, we've had Howdy take out Solo a couple of times. It's lead into this match. We got an in-ring promo last week, which was relatively short and sweet. Got a response from Solo. Lead into this match. Okay, yep, good. We're still kind of looking for, that kind of character work, and we're still looking for that sort of Firefly Funhouse replacement. We're still looking for, some questions to be asked of this group. Maybe some loyalties to be tested. Let's get a bit psychological. At the moment, it's still very paint by numbers. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to the match because it's an opportunity to do something interesting. Let's hope they take that opportunity. In regards to tomorrow, I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm actually looking forward to that a bit more. I'm looking forward to that a bit more because I don't have that expectation. I've got a feeling I'm going to be a bit disappointed tonight because I think tonight what's going to happen is I'm going to hope that this feud is going to give us something of substance, and there's every chance it's just going to be a match with shenanigans, and that's it. And that might be it for tonight. And do you know what I mean? It's hard to kind of get excited by that. If it is just going to be like a normal sort of tag match and there's going to be some outside interference, bit of a brawl, and that's your segment tonight. Okay, cool. It's still what every other team is doing. This is a very different group, and they should be treated differently and presented differently, and we should get some different things from them. And I thought the promo last week was good, so I got credit for that. I got, love for that. But I don't know. Are we going to get anything that interesting tonight? I don't know. But tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it because I have none of those expectations. And I think Psycho Circus look wild. That is one of those crazy matches that I love, actually. It's one of those matches that's like, did you know that the Wyatt Six once went to AAA and took on Psycho Circus? And you show a picture because Psycho Circus are all these clowns that look demented. And, you show a picture of, the Wyatt Six in the ring with them in, 10 years' time. People will be like, well, when did that match happen? And it's like, yeah, they went to AAA and they did this match. It was just like a one-off thing. I love those sort of one-offs. I love those quirky, weird, did you know this happened once type moments. It's like when John Cena and Vince went to that indie show. John went and Vince went and they were in the ring at this indie show doing a spot. And it was like, that happened once. It's weird, isn't it? And there's loads of those kind of examples. And I feel like tomorrow's a little bit like that. So I'm actually looking forward to that. That one can't do no wrong in my mind because I know that it's just a bit of a bonkers bonus. But my expectations are set a little bit higher when it comes to SmackDown tonight. So, it's just good they're getting on TV, innit? It's just good that we're actually making some progress with them, giving them opportunity now. I mean, you can't do anything if you haven't got opportunity. But we're giving that group opportunity. Just got to keep our fingers crossed that the creative can, match and actually deliver. I mean, look, if Bray Wyatt had been coming down to the ring, having normal matches and not doing any of the storytelling, Bray would not have been as special as what he was. That's the truth. You know, the reasons why people love Bray is because he was a world builder. And, you know, he built characters and he built narratives and he built worlds and he took you on a journey and he introduced you to this world and you could immerse yourself in it. And I sort of feel like that's what we wanted from the Wyatt Six. That's what the excitement was all about. We were going to carry on Bray's work. If you just treat them like another team and they don't do that, they stop being special. They just become another team. So I know some people will be like, oh, you can't have that expectation. You're putting too much pressure on it. And that's fine. I mean, if we don't get anything, it's not like they're ruined or anything, right? I mean, I'll just wait for the next time. But at some point, we do need to start doing some of that world building. We do need to dig into these characters. We do need to flesh this out because otherwise they are just another team. And that is not what we all got excited for when Nightbird started up. So that's my feeling on kind of where we are with the Wyatt Six at the moment. Totally on boards, you know, still keeping the faith, on the hype train, waving the flag. Great that they're on TV, but yeah, looking for some of those world building moments. Niall Gallagher said, can Jake win tonight? I think with Jake, it's quite interesting because I genuinely feel like he doesn't really get a chance to show his skills. He tends to go in there with people that are below him standard-wise. That's by design. That's to give him wins, give him experience. People criticize him for it, going, why don't you fight a real fighter, right? But the truth is, he gets to have a high-profile fight against a credible name like, say, Nate Diaz or, say, Tyron Woodley, you know, or one of those, Anderson Silva, right? Anderson can do some boxing and I think went the distance with Jake. So that would tell you that, okay, Anderson's getting on in age, right? But it would tell you that Jake has got some ability, right? He went 12 rounds with Tommy Fury. I mean, I think there is this narrative of Jake that's actually flawed. It's not right. People think he can't box at all, and that's just not true. Like, he can box. He can box. You could put him in, and he has actually been in there with boxers, granted, largely journeymen, but he's been in there and he's beaten boxers, right? I think Jake is very committed. I think he spends millions on his training camp. I think that both of the Paul brothers are dedicated to something. If that is the right way forwards, then they throw 100% into whatever that is. So Logan believes in like being a wrestler, so I believe he puts 100% into that, right? I think he's either wrestling or he's training in wrestling so that he can improve. And I think that he is constantly, you know, focused on that. And I believe that, right? I mean, we have a lot of conversations about his wrestling abilities. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there that are singing his praises for his wrestling abilities. And you don't just pick that up without putting the work in, okay? And I think the same is true with Jake, where Jake, like, you know, trains and works hard and, like, you know, has done that for years now. So I think the thing with Jake is it's kind of hard to know where he's at. You know, could Jake be a top 40 cruiserweight? I don't know. I don't know. Could he be a top 50 cruiserweight? I don't know. I'm not sure where he currently sits. I don't know what his current ability is because what have we got to judge him off? I mean, you can say, oh, he couldn't even beat Tommy Fury, but that was a couple of years ago now. He's only going to have improved. If we did Tommy Fury, Jake Paul tonight, I would expect Jake to win. I think Jake has just worked and worked and worked, improved, and I would expect Jake to win. So Jake not beating Tommy in the past, not an issue. I'd expect him to beat him now. I don't know, top 50 cruiserweight, top 40 cruiserweight. I don't know. I've got a feeling that Jake knows he's better than people give him credit for. I think he knows that. And I believe that. I think that he's going to come in and I think he's going to show some skills that people are going to kind of have their eyes open to. I believe that. I think that he's going to have some better movement. I think that he's going to be able to, slip a few shots. He'll be able to take the jab. The jab will come in and he'll take it. There's people out there thinking he's just going to get hit once and he's going to go down. And it's like, I don't think that. He's been sparring and training with Lawrence Okoli. He's had big heavyweights come in and do sparring with him. He was sporting a black eye the other day, so he's certainly been getting hit in training. And I think his training is, what it should be. He's got like millions that he spends on his training camp. He's got like some of the best coaches in the world training him. This isn't a guy that's just trying to work out, right, how do I be a boxer? He's gone and got the best trainers, the best sparring partners. He's built himself a whole gym. It's kind of like, some rich kid that's very dedicated has built like himself a super gym and, has put himself through this process of trying to become a boxer over the last few years. Has he got a chance? Everyone's got a chance. I don't know where Jake's at. I certainly don't think it's Anthony Joshua level, right? If he was to step in with the top 50, top 40 cruiserweight, I'd be real interested to see how that would go, right? In regards to Anthony Joshua, who I think we can agree is like a top 10 heavyweight still, even now. I don't think he's slipped outside the top 10. He's certainly not at the top anymore. But I think he's still a top 10. I think he has taken this fight because I think Jake believes in his ability to survive and actually showcase a few things. I think he believes in his footwork, that he can move, that he can evade, he can slip shots, that he can throw some back. I think he believes in his right hand. If that connects, it can cause some problems. I think he believes in all of this. And I think he's probably looked at this Joshua fight and gone, I might not win that, but I think I can still get a massive fight for Netflix. I think it's a hell of a challenge, and I love a good challenge. And I think I can do enough to not get knocked out. I genuinely believe I've got the skills to survive. So let's go. Let's take the fight. Let's take it. And I think that is genuinely where his head's at. And I think that he is now convincing himself that he can win this. There's a lot of times in the press conferences where it's like, I'm going to F him up. I'm going to F him up, Ariel. I'm going to F him up. I think he's saying that for himself. That to me is him saying it to himself, not to the crowd, not to Joshua. He's saying that to himself. It's reinforcement. It's mental attitude. It's I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. You're gonna do this. Don't allow a second any thought to enter your head that you ain't doing this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna F him up, Ariel. And I really think that's the mindset he's going in with. How does the fight go? I think he has bitten off too much. I think he is going to survive the first round. I wouldn't be surprised if he survives the second. The point that Jake tried to make at the press conference is, how are you going to feel when we get into round 4, round 5, and I'm still there? Because I think he believes he's got the ability to do that. I don't know if he's got the ability to do that. I think that Joshua stands a real good chance of cracking Jake. And if a shot can drop Ngannou, I've got to think that a shot like that could drop Jake. Jake's got to avoid those shots. And I think that's what he's betting on. He's betting that he can. He'll be able to take the jab. And I think he feels like, I can take that. I've got enough of a chin where I can take a jab. But yeah, that shot that dropped Ngannou, I've no problem in saying that would drop Jake. That's what he needs to avoid. Can he win? if he wins, it's gonna be a fluke. It's gonna be a wild shot that connects, and it just, that's life. Joshua got hit with a right hand, it connected, and it turns out Jake does have the power required, right? It seems like it would need to be the perfect shot, That's how it seems to me. I think what's more likely to happen is Joshua keeps working on Jake. Jake takes some shots, gains some credit, lasts some rounds, gets some kudos. Joshua's all over him. A referee steps in, and that's the end of the fight. Round 3, something like that. Body work. Joshua getting in close, teeing off on Jake. And I bet the referee is quick to step in and call it. And I think that I don't know that we get the satisfying knockout. I think Jake and his team are too savvy to allow this to happen. And, because they know that's the money. That's what everyone wants. Everyone wants that clip of him getting knocked out. That's what everyone wants. And they're going to do what they can to avoid giving you that. Yeah. So Jake's going to clinch. He's going to cover up. He is going to, he's going to have been working on his defense, of course. And he is going to do whatever he can to avoid that. And if it means covering up against the ropes, taking punishment, and the ref comes in and just goes, no, sin enough, then there you go. That's how the fight ends. You won't get your knockout. You won't get your satisfying moment. Jake will have got some kudos for taking the fight and lasting a round or two. Joshua gets a big payday. And I don't know. I can just see it being one of those. I've seen so many Jake Paul fights where you come away from them so deeply dissatisfied. You kind of come away going, oh. I remember him fighting Anderson Silva, and it sort of went the distance, went to the judges. I remember him fighting a boxer, Tommy Fury. People were like, I think this is where he gets found out. Goes the distance, goes the judges. The big one, of course, being Mike Tyson. Everyone tunes in. 70 million people tune in. What a disaster of a fight that was. One of the worst fights or things I have ever seen. I mean, it does feel like Jake could have knocked Tyson out. Tyson was beyond shot. Beyond shot. I mean, he was gassed. He had nothing to give. Jake could have teed off on him and just put him away. I've no doubt about that. I think he did take it easy on Mike Tyson because he knows that if he'd have put Mike Tyson away, people would have been coming for him. So, can he beat Joshua tonight? He can. He's got a puncher's chance, but I don't think he's going to. I think that Joshua wins. I think it'll be by stoppage, but I don't think it'll be the satisfying knockout. That's my prediction. Finley said, nice to see you back on the desktop, Bop. Finley, hope you're doing well, my friends. Merry Christmas, Finley. And Dave said, Daze, if AJ doesn't finish this in the first. No, I disagree. I don't think it needs to be the first. I think that is a narrative which has been built up to really help Jake Paul. So I would say don't fall for that. Don't fall for that. That's a narrative that I think is there to help Jake. I think that Jake is someone that's been working hard and training hard for 3, 4, it could be even longer, 5 years. I don't know. So he's been really been doing this boxing thing for quite a while now. He's at the age of about 28? I mean, strength-wise, power-wise, chin-wise, I mean, he's not been smashed around, has he? I mean, his chin is intact. You can't really develop a chin too much. I mean, you've either got a chin or you haven't got a chin. I think he's probably got a chin. So I think that, I don't think he's going to be able to take the big power shots from Joshua, but can he get jabbed and take those? Yeah, I think he can. I think in that first round, Jake's going to come out and he's going to keep it tight. I think that Joshua's going to come out. Joshua's obviously going to be leading the dance. I don't think anyone expects anything else. Is anyone expecting Jake to be the one taking the fight to Joshua and Joshua covering up, being up against the ropes and being in the corner and Jake being all over him and Joshua being like this? I don't think anyone's expecting that. I think we're all expecting Joshua to go right to the center, dictate the fight, take his time, find his range. And I think Jake's going to be the one that's going to stay out of range. And Jake's going to be the one that's going to try and find ways in. I mean, is Joshua going to be able to, just put this guy away in round one? I don't have that expectation. I'm not putting that pressure on Joshua, because I think that's the sort of pressure that's going to contribute towards, Joshua not losing the fight, but that's an unnecessary pressure for Joshua. I sort of feel like Joshua going out there, taking his time, getting himself settled, working out the distance, paying the respect to the opponent, all of that I think is the right thing to do. I mean, I don't know about you, but I want Joshua to have trained for this like it's a world title fight. I want Joshua to have taken this like it's a match against Usyk. I don't want Joshua to have gone, it's Jake Paul. It's Jake Paul, so I'm not going to bother putting in a camp as much as usual. I don't want that. I want him to have done a proper camp. I want him to have treat this like it's Usyk. And I want that to carry into the fight as well. Like, you want Joshua, you want all of Joshua, you want the actual Joshua, well, then you get him. And part of that is him coming out in the first round and getting settled and measuring the distance and taking his time and, finding the angles and working the opponent out. For me, if it's a bit cagey in the first round, I'll put that down to Joshua getting settled into the fight, because round 2, round 3, round 4, this is where he's got his distance managed, and this is where you're going to start seeing him starting to unload, getting settled into the fight. And I'm totally fine with that. I don't have an expectation that it has to be round 1. I don't have that expectation. I think that works in Jake's advantage, because if Joshua puts him away in round 2, Jake will come out and go, listen, no one even thought I would last a round, but I got through round 1. And the truth is, yeah, because Joshua got settled. He wasn't trying to put you away. He was trying to find his distance. He was trying to get his footwork going. He was trying to get, loosened up and into the fight. That's the only reason you survived the first round. But I think there is a really good chance he does survive the first round. I would not be betting big Joshua round 1, right? I really wouldn't. I think you've got to give him that first round to get into the fight. If Jake survives round 2, then we can maybe start having a conversation, right? Because 1 round to get settled in, I can give Joshua that. 2 rounds, not sure about that. That's where we can start having a conversation. And for me, I think that this is where Jake might actually surprise a few people and just show that he can take some shots. He can evade some shots. He has got some footwork. He has got a chin. And actually, I wouldn't be shocked if people are shocked that Jake has got a little more about him than what we thought. He's got a lot of confidence. He took this fight. He wanted this fight. He must know. He's either so money orientated he didn't care, or he must know that he's got skills above what the public think. And I think that's really interesting. That, for me, is, we know what Joshua's bringing. We don't quite know what Jake's going to bring, but we know what Joshua's bringing. That's not going to be a surprise. So I think for me, it is very interesting. I know this is very boxing heavy, but and this is why I wish we had a separate stream, because if we had a separate stream, we could really dig into it. And we need to get back to the wrestling, of course. But I think it's very interesting tonight. I don't think it goes the 8 rounds. It's hard to see that. I mean, the only thing I could think at that point is that Joshua would be getting tired, because other than that, Jake must have a chin of steel, because if we've gone 8 rounds then that means that he's been able to survive whatever Joshua has thrown at him. Either that or he's super evasive and Joshua just cannot hit him. But Lawrence Okolie, who's been sparring with Jake, did say he found it very hard to hit Jake. He said, he came out and said he is actually quite hard to hit. I really think Jake's skills are higher than people think. I think it's one of those, it's just easy to think, oh, it's Jake, YouTuber. You hear that all the time, YouTuber. Why is Joshua taking a fight with a YouTuber? Nah, I think he's better than that. I think he's just given like 4 or 5 years of his life to boxing. I think he's better than that. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. Joshua, round 3, round 4 is what I'm thinking. Joshua, round 3, round 4. Stoppage. Referee comes in, calls it. A full bang, Jake down, completely out on the mat. You know, if it is, I think it's him covering up, referee kind of comes in, or him going down to a knee and the referee kind of calling it, you know? I don't think it is going to be that really satisfying clip that everyone's looking for. So, who's that? Dave, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friend. Good to get really stuck into, love a good conversation. Really stuck into some stuff there. And Uncle Revel firing in a Wrestling Daze membership. Appreciate it, my friends. Merry Christmas. William says, thank you, Uncle Revel. Power Hammer Car said, Daze, I said in the web yesterday, the only thing that Triple H is doing bad is not booking lucha stars from AAA on SmackDown and Raw. You think that's the only thing that he's doing bad, Power Hammer Car? Interesting. I think there would be quite a few that would disagree. I think that people would point to John Cena's heel run. I think they would point to WrestleMania in general this year being underwhelming. I think they would point to the average Raw, the average SmackDown, lacking like OMG moments and real reasons to tune in. You know, at the moment we've got like women's tag division and we're just doing lots of singles matches. And it really feels like we're doing that to introduce all these women so that when we do get to a ladder match or something, it's going to be an even bigger deal. I get the logic, but these single matches don't matter. I mean, they are just nothing more than showcases. And it sort of feels like, could we not be doing something more interesting with that time? People will point to the likes of Julia, the way that she's been booked. I mean, we could go on and on. The J experiment that failed and so on. So I think there's, you know, obviously a lot of the most notable one recently was John Cena's last match that caused a lot of outrage. So I think there would be a lot that would probably disagree with you on that, my friend. But if that's how you feel, that the only thing that he's doing wrong is not booking the lucha stars from AAA on SmackDown and Raw, then you are entitled to that, my friend. I saw that says Bobster. Bobster, hello. Hope you're doing well. It's 8 rounds. I saw someone asking, is it 12 or what? It's 8 rounds. Corey said, have you got a new chair yet? No. I'm going to wait for Christmas. Normally, my family tend to just give me a little bit of money at Christmas. You know, my parents, my brother, whatever. I'm just going to, all the kind donations people have sent in, all the whatever I get for Christmas, I'm going to get all that together and, you know, we'll have a little look then. So definitely will get one next year, early next year, like January next year. It's on my, it's high on my to-do list, but we'll see what Christmas brings first. Netforce said, do we think they did an Austin Theory reveal because everyone knew it was him? Do you think they might do a second man? Netforce, hello. I think the Austin Theory reveal might have been brought forwards. Might have been. But honestly, I'm pleased it was, if it was. I don't expect a second person to be revealed. I think that the fact that one of the weeks it looked a little like it was a thinner person, it probably was a different person, that's not going to bother WWE. You know, WWE can just go, no, it was Austin Theory all along, and you can't really argue it. You can go, yeah, but that person was thinner. Don't know, black makes you look thinner, what can we say? It was Austin Theory, and that's it. right? I mean, it could be a case they were like, don't bother flying in. Do we need to fly Austin Theory all the way to this show just to cover him up so we can do like a little moment when people can't even see who it is? Nah, don't bother. We'll just use such and such is the same height. And I honestly, if that is the conversation, I would not be shocked. That is honestly the sort of thing that WWE would do. That is honestly what they would do. That is the kind of thing they would do. So we said that at the time, and I still feel that way, that I wouldn't be shocked if that was what had happened. And I think that as a result, we've got the reveal, and I'm not expecting another. There could be, but I'm not expecting it. And I think, did they bring it forwards? Maybe. The thing you've got to remember, and I think this is hard for hardcore fans to remember, right? It's hard. It's hard for me as well. But basically, there is a percentage of people that love wrestling so much, the hardcore fans, that they love going online, seeing what's being said on X. They watch YouTube videos. And listen, it's a good percentage. It's a good percentage of people, right? I'm not saying it's 5% or 10%. You know, it could be 25%. And we don't know the percentage. But it is a percentage. It's not 100%. And I can tell you that from experience. I was someone that was not part of the IWC. You know, I was not someone that was going online and searching for what was being said. I was not someone that was interacting with content creators or reading people's opinions, or, you know, I had my friends that I would talk to, not many, about wrestling. But to be honest, I've said this before, wrestling was something I consumed and I watched and I thought about, but I did not necessarily talk or go online and have conversations about. As soon as I watched Raw or SmackDown, I was on to the next show. I was on to making some food and having some dinner. I was on to a film, watching a film or playing a game or whatever I needed to do, right? Maybe getting some stuff sorted for work or whatever. From experience, I know that those people exist, right? Think of the kids. You know, the parents go to the shows. They watch them, like, because their kids watch them, but they're not talking about the wrestling, right? And the kids will go to school and talk to their friends about the wrestling. But they're not, you know, going on to content creators or checking out what Dave Meltzer has got to say. The point I'm making is that, yes, that news did leak, but it would not have reached 100% of all the wrestling fans. It would have reached a percentage, and there was still a very, very healthy percentage that would not have known who that mystery person was. So it makes it difficult to know if they changed the plans because of that, or if WWE's attitude is, we'll just keep going because, okay, 30%, 40% of people have found out, but there's still a good chunk of people that have not. So I sort of feel like it's probably gone the way that it was meant to go. I think it was probably going to get revealed around this time. But there is a good chance that they brought it forward because, yeah, word got out. But it's hard to know, isn't it? I think because of the fact there's still going to be a healthy amount of people that wouldn't have known. In regards to the second person, as we said, that's why people are thinking there's a second person. But it doesn't mean there has to be a second person. Happy Smackdown Day, said Jim. I hope everyone is well. TNA is doing a one-ring War Games, which seems quite interesting. Jim, shout out to you. Right, we've got Charmaine Elevates. Charmaine Elevates says, hello, everyone. I've been away, so all of the updates have really been useful. Shout out to you, my friends. Well, welcome back. Music said he should have taken off the mask to reveal another mask, and he could have called himself The Mask, said Dirt Music VR7. Yes, I'm here for that. Taking off masks to reveal more masks. Watch boxing and wrestling at the same time. It sucks, says David. I know. I'm very frustrated. I really wish the boxing was tomorrow. I don't really know why it isn't. Perhaps because they're thinking tomorrow is a big day for shopping. Big day for people getting gifts. And I don't know. I have no idea. Perhaps I have no idea. They've got this habit, actually, of doing it on a Friday night. I think they got this date in the book, and I think it was a Friday when it was going to be Gervonta Davis. So that obviously fell through, and, they've obviously stuck with the original date, and here we are. So, yeah, it is frustrating. The main card starts in less than an hour. I do expect this stream to be a lot quieter than usual. I think, if you've got to choose between that or the wrestling, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to choose that tonight. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll just do the best we can, really. We'll watch SmackDown. We'll have our usual fun. And then we'll just switch over and we'll watch the fight. As I said, for me personally, I'm thinking Joshua, round 3, 4. I don't think it's stoppage. I don't think it's the satisfying knockout. Obviously, I do not know that is what is going to happen, right? Just like everyone else, I'm, intrigued. Certainly, even if we weren't able to watch, I would want to find out tomorrow what had happened. So yeah, it's hard to kind of pin down exactly, but it's hard to see it being anything other than a Joshua win at some point. At some point. Right. They have football on Saturday in America. Maybe that's why, says Nightbirds. I don't think they have it on... Well, maybe they do. I was going to say, I'm not sure if they have it on late at night, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just sort of feel like big UFC tends to be on a Saturday. WWE tend to run big shows on a Saturday, obviously. SmackDown's on a Friday, so we can understand that. But even when SmackDown was on a Thursday, WWE chose a Saturday. And when it was on a Tuesday as well. So, I mean, I look at WWE and I look at UFC and I look at other big boxing events, here in the UK. Even in America, we've done, fights from Vegas on a Saturday. I don't know. That's why I struggle to believe it's like a trying to avoid football type situation. I can't quite pin down why it's Friday. Can't quite pin it down, but whatever. It is. I've cried enough about it already. Nightbird said, I would have picked Ricky Saints over Theory. We've seen too much jobbing. He's just not it. Old Swerve could have had LA Knight as the mystery man, like McMahon joining the corporate ministry. Ramblin' says Nightbird Beastman. Nightbird Beastman, thank you. Uncle Rebel said, Daze, has anyone asked you what wrestling-related item you would like for Christmas? What would it be, says Uncle Rebel. Oh, Uncle Rebel, thank you, my friend. I don't think they have, and I don't think I've actually thought about that. I love, as you guys know, I love that WWE Superstars sort of line, and I got loads when I was in America. The WWE Superstars are these great figures that are Walmart exclusives. You can get them in the UK from Wrestling Shop, and I've always given them, from the moment they came out, which I think was 2022-ish, was when they first came out. I've always given them like a side eye. It's been one of those that's like, I don't need to start a new collection, but they are goods. It's all legends. It's all 80s and 90s. It's Bulldog, it's Bret Hart, it's Hogan, it's Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior, Jake the Snake. It's one of those that you kind of go, I don't need those, but mate, do I? And they're all cloth items. The good thing is that they all come with a t-shirt or entrance attire. And they've got the retro style packaging as well. And oh my God. I mean, I went to America in 2024, about April time. And obviously I went into Walmart's and I was seeing the figures in person for the first time. And I was able to resist at first. I was able to go in and go, no, I'm not going to start that. And then, I just started seeing more and more, and I was like, no, I've got to. I've got to. I saw an Andre, and then I saw, I think, maybe a George the Animal Steel. They had a Captain Lou Albano figure. How random is that? Captain Lou Albano, right? And I was like, oh, my God. And that was it. I was done. So I started getting them, but I wanted to get the ones that had nice packaging still. You know what Walmart's like. They all get beaten up. And funny enough, as soon as I come back to the UK, Wrestling Shop announced they're going to start stocking them. And so it meant that I could get them here, all still in like mint packaging, because it looked like I was going to have to order them from America and get them shipped. And obviously anything can happen with that. So I was like, that is an absolute godsend. This was just like meant to be. This was just meant to be. So I was like, that is amazing. So, and the other good thing about it as well is, I don't know if you collect figures. If you do, you'll know how overwhelming it is, because there are basics, elites, ultimate editions, legends, Monday Night Wars. There's, I mean, honestly, there is just figures being thrown at you all the time. Just keeping on top of everything that has been made is like, I was looking at a book the other day, and it was a book on every Mattel figure that's been released, and I was like, I should get that, because I don't know anymore. I am so lost with it all. I don't know where to start. I am so lost. I really have been considering going back and doing some figure videos next year, because I think there's a lot of people out there that would like to know what all the Bray figures are and what all the Randy Orton figures are. And I don't know if there is anyone that's doing that. I'm sure there are. I haven't looked. But I sort of think that there must be something in that. We did that before, actually. But it's many, many years ago now that I was like, here's all the Bray figures. Here's all the Luke Harper figures. Here's all the whatever, right? And I'm trying to find some fun videos to bring onto the channel. I think that could work, might not work. I don't know, but it could be something. So, yeah, there's been a couple of series of WWE superstars that I've not got. So I have actually, I always get family, aunts, uncles, my parents, my brother, asking me, like, what do you want for Christmas? I need to get you something. And every year I'm like, I don't need anything, just whatever. And they normally just give me money. But this year I was able to say, oh, well, there are actually a couple of series of these figures that I still need to get, So I'm sort of half expecting getting some of those, to be honest. So, yeah, I think probably those. It's a bit of a disappointing answer. I wish I could give you something a bit more interesting. But, like, I don't need clothes. I just tend to wear these black shirts. I probably could get some wrestling shirts and put them into rotation. But I haven't really asked for anything in that regard. I don't need any jackets. I don't need any masks. I'm trying to save up for a chair, and I'm trying to save up for getting my own place. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't need to start any new collections, or I don't need any plaques. I don't need replica belts. I don't need. So, yeah, I suppose it's just the figures, really. I think I've been in, like, collecting wrestling stuff my whole life, going back since 93. I think I'm at the point in my life now where, I'm sort of looking around going, I haven't got my own house. I can drive, but I currently don't have a car. I'm sat on a chair that's falling apart. It's kind of like, you need to make some more sensible financial decisions here. All those years of buying Mattel figures, I don't think that's worked out very well, actually. All those years of buying wrestling merch, I'm not sure that was the wisest move, actually. So, I mean, if I could give you a piece of advice, I would say really try and stay focused on what you're collecting, or, what you want. Really try and not let that get out of control, because I think it is really easy. I mean, if you love wrestling, there's a whole WWE shop that you could just swimming, you know? You'd want everyone's shirt, and you would want the signed stuff, and you would want the replica belts. And we did a question the other day, actually, and it was, what item do you want most for Christmas? And, you know, I might be spoiling something here, but the top answer, right, the top response was replica belts. That was the top item people most wanted for Christmas. I thought it was going to be T-shirts. I thought it might be like Cena's last shirt, or it might be action figures or something like that. It was replica belts. That's what people want more than anything. So, and they're breaking news. They're hundreds of pounds. So, you know, yeah, absolutely. If there's, you know, one that you've got your eye on, whatever, and you don't need to listen to me for financial advice. Please don't. But what I would say is, like, that's not a collection that you necessarily want to get in. Collecting replica belts, I mean, they're like 400 odd pounds each plus. So, you know, yeah, if there's one that you've got, you know, you want the WWE Championship, or you want someone's commemorative belt or something, yeah, I get that. Totally get that. Absolutely, I get that. But, like, honestly, you don't want to get to my age and look back and go, shouldn't have spent all that money, man. Should have saved it a bit more, you know? I think the thing is with life is that there's so many... I mean, I remember coming back from work exhausted, and I remember, like, working hard at the retail job. I work hard at this as well. I mean, I'm not bragging, but I do. I mean, I really put the hours in. We stream a lot. We do a lot of videos. We do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, making graphics and doing a lot of stuff, yeah? You know, pretty much every day I'm doing hours and hours of streaming, and I'm trying to get Unseen put together and get Unseen out there, and we've got that second channel as well. And I'm doing, like, some editing that you guys, you know, haven't seen yet, and there's lots that needs to be done, right? So you put that work in, and sometimes to, like, you know, kind of cheer yourself up, you want to buy a little something, don't you? Put a smile on your face. I think that's an easy trap to fall in, because I did that when I worked in retail. I used to work in retail, and, like, you'd be at work and you'd deal with all the grief. You'd have customers complaining, you'd have staff moaning, you know, whatever it was. And you'd be, like, in a situation where you're like, I want something to look forward to tonight. And there'd be an album that just came out that day that everyone was excited for. Or there'd be a film. Or there'd be a TV series. Or there'd be a documentary. Or there'd be a game. Or there'd be something. And you'd be like, yeah, I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that. Well, I'm going to listen to that tonight. I'm going to watch that tonight. I'm going to play that tonight. And, you know, where I work, they gave you 30% off as well. So if something was £10, you only paid £7. If something was £30, then you would pay £21. And so, you know, that was just another reason to go, yeah, I'll get that. But, you know, you do that on a regular basis, and all of a sudden you're like, where's my wages? I'm sure I was meant to have wages. We do get paid, don't we? And they're like, yeah, but you bought all this stuff. You're like, oh, yeah, didn't I? God damn it. Years of that, not very good financial decisions. Don't fall into my trap. That's what I would say. So, yeah, unfortunately, the figure thing is a bit of a boring answer. I wish I could give you a better answer. But I am trying to make better financial decisions. I have gotten to think about basketball, says Keegan. The community is so great, and I'm at peace when I talk to you guys. Keegan, shout out to you. Matt says, no offense, but aren't you a bit old to be buying toy figures, says Matt. No, Matt, it's a great question. For me, I got into that because of Grimm's Toy Show. So Grimm's Toy Show used to do like a show where he would, you know, kind of do episodes with the figures where he would play out his own funny scenarios. It was a humor thing. It wasn't like someone fantasy booking matches. Like he was, you know, he would use the Triple H figure to mock Triple H's booking or something, right? It was like it was a comedy humor thing. And, you know, I watched a couple of those and they were pretty fun. But the reason why I got into figures is because all his figures that he had on a shelf. And I was really impressed with the quality. I mean, you've got like Macho Man with like really nice looking entrance gear from, say, WrestleMania 3. He's got his robe, and, you know, it's all like accurate to the actual show. And, you know, the championship belts. I remember when Jax was making those, the championship belts were lacking detail. These belts are like great replicas. Plastic, of course, but they just look the part. So, honestly, I looked at it, I was like, those belts look amazing. They look fantastic. They look just like the real things. I would love to get each of the different titles in WWE history. And by doing that, I will get some of the big names from WWE history. And actually, when I started collecting figures, I really was doing it for display. And I was just wanting the belts. And that was my thought process. I'll have a nice glass cabinet with nothing but champions and belts. And, you know, I'll have a Hogan. I'll have a Macho Man. I'll have all these great wrestlers that were champions in a nice glass cabinet. Lovely. And in my mind, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because that way I can have a nice display when people come round. It's a bit of a talking point. And it'll look smart. And it'll be all the different belts. And, you know, it'll just be in the corner. It'll be a nice thing. It'll be focused. And it'll be, you know, smart, right? That was my logic. I wasn't buying them to play with them. I think that's where, you know, if you're a kid, you'd buy them to play with them. I think when you become an adult, you know, there's a lot of adults that keep them in the packaging and, you know, all that. I wasn't bothered with that. I wanted them in the glass cabinet, actually. That was my thought process. And I started to build that collection and things were going great. I remember the first Mattel figure I got was Paige, and she came with the women's NXT belt and the Butterfly Divas belt. And I was thrilled because I got 2 belts with one figure. And I remember that being the first one I got. And I was like, not only have I got a Paige figure, which is great, she's from the UK, but I've got 2 belts now to add to the collection. So then you're like, right, what else have they released? What else do I need? There was a Stone Cold that had 3 belts, had the Smoking Skull, had the Winged Eagle, I think had the Attitude Era one. And I was like, I need that. So you jot that down. And I actually had a lot of fun browsing, looking on eBay, finding figures, finding belts, building the collection. I mean, that's a big part, isn't it, of collecting, is that enjoyment of looking and searching and building the collection. It's, you know, I think when people say, what, you get Mattel figures, they think you sit there and, like, play with them, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Like, the truth is that I was collecting so I could have that, you know, glass cabinet, and it looked quite smart, you know, if people came round. But the problem, this is where it went wrong for me, is you start doing that and then you see a Rowdy Roddy Piper. And the problem is Rowdy Roddy Piper won an Intercontinental Championship, but Mattel have not made him with an Intercontinental Championship. And maybe I already had the Intercontinental Championship. So am I not going to add Rowdy Roddy Piper to my collection? And what about Jake the Snake Roberts? I mean, Jake with the snake looking amazing. He isn't a champion, so do I not add him to the collection? And what about Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog? Am I really not going to add the British Bulldog because, you know, he doesn't come with a belt? So all of a sudden, you know, you start going, okay, I can solve that. I'll just have a shelf that's non-champions. I'll have all the champions, and then I'll have a shelf that's non-champions, and I'll just keep it to the essential. Well, where do you draw that line? Where's that line? If you can tell me where that line is, brilliant, because I couldn't find it, right? Because then you're like, well, I need a Roman. I need a Seth. Well, I've got to get a Dean Ambrose. Yeah, AJ Lee. I loved AJ Lee back in the day. I got to get an AJ Lee. CM Punk. I could get an old CM Punk. I mean, it comes with a belt that I've already got, but it's CM Punk. And all of a sudden, you're like, hang on, this has got out of control. This has actually got out of control. Like, this ain't all fitting in a glass cabinet anymore. I'm going to need 2. I'm going to need 3. And it's like, no, this has gone wrong. This has gone wrong. And I'll tell you the other thing as well is, because I was doing toy hunts to find the figures, again, still trying to just build the glass cabinet, and I was recording me looking for figures, and I was recording me opening them and reviewing them, and they were getting good views. People were interested, and the channel was growing. You kind of like, well, you can't really stop. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just keeps fueling, and it keeps going. It's kind of like, it becomes a bit of a machine then. And you're like, oh my God, I've created a monster. I've actually created a monster. I'm actually in some sort of weird, beautiful, I'm having a lot of fun, but financially this is killing me vortex. So that is kind of my story with, you know, the early stages of the channel. And then, of course, getting on board with Wrestling Shop. And really, you know, I love those guys. They're brilliant. And, you know, we would do like Wrestling Shop Live, and I'd go around to their warehouse, and they would, you know, be promoting. I'd see other figures, things that you couldn't get in the shops. And oh my God, it was a flipping nightmare. So, yeah, I mean, when we hit the pandemic, I was able to kind of stop, because if I can't toy hunt, I'm not gonna order, because, you know, them just coming in the post, it's not the same feeling for me. It's not the same as like going to the shop and have they got it and recording it and getting a toy hunt done. So it all kind of collapsed when the pandemic happened and we were forced to stay at home. And that was my sort of way out. And then my only way back in was when I went 2024 to America and saw those great superstar figures, which I do keep in the boxes. Those ones I keep in their packaging. So, yeah, I mean, I love figures, and I think if you collect figures, I really do understand. And if you're young and you are someone that loves playing with figures, yeah, brilliant. If you're an adult and you love playing with figures, you do you. Do you know what I mean? Not hurting anyone. Brilliant. It was never my thing, obviously. It's not what I was buying them for. I was buying them to display, but you know, it was one of those that was really fun, really enjoyed it. I still love the figures. I still love seeing what's coming out. I still collect the Superstars line, but yeah, at least I was able to kind of turn everything else down. I've got a collection of Star Trek, said Roxy. I have Knight Rider. Yeah, there's lots of people in the community that got different ones. There's lots of like Transformers and Star Wars and Marvel. There's so much stuff people can collect. Yeah, I mean, it really is financially draining. You've really got to stay focused, and that's why I'm actually really pleased that I have got a new plan now, which is just collect those superstar figures. That's going to be my new glass cabinet now. It's going to be those figures. That's my new focus. And I just get those when they come out. And they only release so many of those a year. They do like about 4 waves a year of like 4 figures. So there'll be some out in March, some out in like June, some out in September, some out in December. And, you know, it's easier to keep on top of. I don't find it as financially overwhelming. I love the figures themselves. I think they're great legends. You know, Demolition are about to come into that line with all their entrance gear. So that's going to look great. They had a Jesse the Body come into that line or coming into that line. You know, they've got, you know, the figures that I care about. I don't need a Maxine Dupree, right? I don't need an Ivy Nile or anyone like that. Like, give me the legends of the past. Yeah, great. Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Diesel, Yokozuna. Give me those people. That's what I care about. Because when I was a kid, I used to get the Hasbros, and I love those. A lot of people collect the retros as a result. You know, I could have got into those. Thankfully, I didn't, because they've released a lot more of those. But what if it's a Maxine with a belt, though, said Mayor Pete. Well, thankfully, I've managed to turn that off now. Otherwise, yes, it would have been purchased. It would have been bought, so that I could have had it in the collection. Pre-pandemic, it would have been purchased. But to be honest, if they put her in the Superstars line, it'll still get purchased, because I am just trying to get all of them. I'm just trying to buy, the whole lot. So if they do, for some reason, put her in, but to be honest, that line tends to focus more on 80s and 90s, and has only had the occasional current star. There is a Cody Rhodes that they put in. It was a double pack. There is a Bray Wyatt, obviously, they put in Series 1. But really, other than that, it's all 80s and 90s. Daze, are you watching the boxing? Yeah, we're going to stick around for the boxing, but unfortunately, we can't watch the build and the undercard. We're going to be watching Smackdown. Rob said, I've been looking at wrestling figures on eBay. It would be fun to build like maybe a custom figure. We need a Ref Jess to make Becky happy, said Mr. B Light. King Gamer said, Daze, I'm rewatching SmackDown and Raw from 2003, and I was wondering if we could compare the differences with the product and the current one. Why is '03 more engaging? Well, I think you've got obviously a lot going on with SmackDown. I think I'm right in saying that at that time, Heyman is doing a lot of the lead writing for SmackDown. I'm sure that's that era. So I kind of look back at that era as being an era of rejuvenation. 03, of course, is where we're starting to really move away from the Attitude Era. I mean, 2001 is where the Attitude Era is in its kind of, final stages. We start the year with WCW still around. We end the year with them being bought by WWE, having done the whole invasion angle. That does sort of bleed into 2002 because of the NWO coming in. And, all of a sudden 2002 is the first year where we don't have that competition. And also, this is where we're starting to kind of look to what's next, really. By this point, we sort of know the Rock's looking at Hollywoods. We sort of know that Stone Cold can't really carry the company forward any more than he has. And we're sort of in a situation where it's like, okay, it's a new millennium. And, we're only a couple of years into it. And really, it feels like we need some change. So I think for me, 2003 is where we are really investing in some of that OVW talent. This is where Batista, Brock came in 2002. It's where John Cena's going to arrive. It's where, the likes of Randy coming in around that time. And I think that, the write-in, we've still got the energy, the fan base from the Attitude Era. We're still kind of taking risks, and we're still putting on, like a product that is exciting. It's not what it is now, which I think is very tidy, comfortable, safe. The pacing of stories now is slower. I think they were a bit, stories were still taking risks back then. I mean, you can go back to that period, 03, 05, even going into like 08, and you can look at some of the stuff that we were doing, and it's kind of like not aged brilliant, because we're still kind of coming out of the Attitude Era. And, we're still pushing boundaries. We're still taking some risks. We're still presenting women, in the way that we presented women at that time. So, there's still like that sex appeal, and there's still that sort of lad culture that's around. But we've also got some real focus on the in-ring as well. I think it's just more vibrant. I think it's more exciting. I think there's this breath of fresh air that comes in from the Attitude Era as we move into Ruthless Aggression. And for me, that kind of all combines to make the shows, just more watchable than I think what they've been in 2025. I think this is a very corporate product now. I think this is a product that's more PG. I think this is a product that wants to not upset advertisers. I think this is a product that's built for sponsorship. I think this is a product that, as a result, is very safe, a little sterile. I think the writing is not as good as it was. I don't think the writing teams are as good as what they was, back in that time periods. I think there was a better crop that came through at that time than what we've been seeing. A lot of people would say, where are the great men? I know Oba and Trick. Take them out of the equation. Who's coming through that I need to be really excited about? If I look in NXT, who is there? And you'd be like, well, Javon. And, Ethan's going to be decent. I mean, Ethan will be good. I don't know that he'll get to, like, main event level. I mean, he might have a world championship like LA Knight, I think will. But, like, yeah, we haven't really got the Batistas coming through, the Brock Lesnar's, the John Cena's. There's a lot of excitement around Oba. And I really like Trick. I think he deserves a shout. Braun, I think, is going to go on to achieve some. Jacob, I think we've kind of forgotten about how special he is because we haven't seen him in a little while now. And we kind of fluffed up his aura a little bit. So I think that there are things to be optimistic with. But yeah, it's a real special time. There was a real buzz around wrestling. It was still very much in the mainstream, front and center. And I don't know. It doesn't really feel like it is so much these days. But to be honest, how can you be these days? It was a different time period. Back then we were still watching TV. We still had cable. Everyone was kind of consuming whatever was on those channels. You didn't have TikTok. You didn't have YouTube. You didn't have streaming services. The internet was still in its infancy. And so as a result, yeah, you had video games. And there was still go in the cinema or renting a video from Blockbusters. But the different kind of forms of entertainment were nowhere near as varied as they are now. You can spend all your time watching people play games on Twitch. You could spend all your time doom scrolling on TikTok or Instagram. You can spend your time doing that now. And that's you out of, WWE's reach. So it's a case that wrestling, is struggling. Like I think a lot of things are struggling. Like we're seeing theaters struggling. Like we're seeing TV struggling. Like really everything but sport is struggling. Sport's doing well. But it feels like most things, forms of entertainment are struggling. I think YouTube is going to be fine. But I think content creators are going to struggle as years go by. Because the problem is that more and more people are doing it as a living, which means that there's more and more people desperately trying to get your attention, which means that everything's getting thinned out and watered down. And so, I remember looking around the landscape when I started doing live watch-alongs back in 2018. It was nowhere near as busy as it is now. It's a much more crowded marketplace now. It's hard. It's really hard. Really hard to get started now. I mean, it was not that easy back in the day, but I will be the first to tell you it was easier. It was easier for me to start this channel in 2016 than it would be to start 10 years later in 2026. So it's, I've seen loads of people come and go over that time period. And, because there's more people doing it now, it's much, much harder. So, yeah, I mean, I think WWE struggles to get the same level of attention that it did. As a result, it prides itself and values the sponsorships that it can attract, and it protects those. And as a result, that means that, it's a very safe, not very controversial product. Sterile, some would say. Not as exciting, not as eventful, and more PG, focuses more on family. It didn't have that focus back in 2003. That, to me, is the biggest change. The fact that now we have to focus more and involve everyone. Because if we did just focus on the adults, it's hard. The rise of UFC, I think, has really taken a lot of the adults out of the equation. The death of kayfabe, I think, has definitely had an effect. And so I think it's a much more challenging environment for WWE now than it was in 2003. And yeah, so hopefully, you know, you can kind of get something out of all of that business-wise. You know, we're obviously still doing really, really well, which is great. We all want the company to do well, but yeah, you would like to see that be reflected in the products. It's all well and good being successful off camera, but we want to see a product that's also successful. And I think a lot of people would say 2025 just was not eventful enough, just didn't take enough risks and was way too safe. They say, you know, you're addicted to smoking cigarettes when you don't even remember lighting the one that you smoked. I breathe oxygen without even thinking about it a lot of the time, says Corey. Corey, thank you. Words of wisdom from Corey there. Rob said, Daze, do you think with most of the White Six not really wearing their masks, should Bo cut back on the Howdy mask? Yes. And make himself less goofy mask persona. He should cut back on it. I think that the overkill, I mean, I know that Howdy is not the Fiend, but, you know, we didn't have Bray going around as the Fiend all the time, did we? I mean, it should be that when Howdy turns up, it's like a bit of a OMG moment. And it's hard to feel that way right now because, I mean, he's just with the group all the time. And so I know that he's had a bit of time away due to what's been going on with his dad and illness at the start of the year. But yeah, it's one of those that I think he should just be Bo quite a lot and then bring out the Howdy character when needed. But I don't know, man. I don't know how much thought goes into this. I really don't know how much thought goes into this. I mean, if you think of the amount of work and thought that went into Nightbird, I mean, it's like 10%, not even that has gone into the group since they've actually debuted after that. You know, I think what we wanted was a lot of... I don't think we thought that what we were getting in Nightbirds was not sustainable, right? I mean, the amount of work that went into that and all those QR codes and all the clues and the amazing editing and going to a therapist. And, do you know, I mean, there was just so much stuff that it was amazing. I'd imagine that, like, you know, they were all exhausted after it. I mean, you can't just do that forever. It was special, and that was absolutely fine. But I think you showed us a world. You showed us, like, QR codes and backstories and therapy sessions and all of this. You showed us what we loved about Bray, which was the world building, right? And we love Bray for lots of things, but, you know, the characters and really getting stuck into them. And then just look at everything we've had after. I mean, who is taking that and really driving it forwards? Who's the one that's coming up with all the ideas? I mean, I can sit here and say, look, keep the faith. There might be some stuff coming. But it's been a year and a half since they debuted. I mean, I don't think it's unfair for people to be like, no, look, it's over. It's done. I've completely lost my patience with that group. I mean, if anyone was to say that, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. I really do. I mean, I can sit here and say, well, Howdy was injured and... you know, his dad was ill, so he wasn't around. We didn't know what to do with the rest of them as a result. But if you can't deal with those kind of moments, if this group can't weather someone being injured or someone being absent, I mean, we should have carried on with the rest of them. Why did we not carry on with the rest of them when Bo was out the picture? Why was it that... And we did a couple of weeks where they showed up without him. But why? Where's the vignettes? Where's the backstories? What's happening? It feels like we put all this work into debuting them, and then it was like, well, that went well. And then we just sort of went, well, good luck. Wishing you all the best. And then it gets ill, and we're like, oh, pull them off TV. And, oh, God, it's so annoying, isn't it? I don't want to rant about it because what's the point? Nothing will get achieved, and you all know the problems. I mean, everyone knows the problems. We can all flip and see the problems. So, I mean, there's no point me sitting here going on about it, but I just sort of feel that, yeah, who's we're not even doing that. You're right. We're not even doing that. We're not even presenting Bo as Bo like we was at the very beginning when they debuted. Do you remember he was sat there in the office of Adam Pearce or something? And it was Bo that was sat there. And do you remember the Bo, Uncle Howdy vignettes where they were talking to each other? There's no Bo anymore. It's just always seems to be Uncle Howdy. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's steering the ship. I don't know what they're trying to get out of it. I don't know what the grand ideas are. I don't even know if there are any grand ideas or if it is just what it is now. I really don't know. But I hope that there are big things coming in 2026 for them. I hope that this group is going to be what we all wanted it to be. But, you know, hey-ho. You know, I wish I could say something more. I wish I could sit here and, you know, give you all some optimism, but unfortunately, I'm struggling to find it myself. Daz says 3:35 for 7. Yeah, I've actually just clicked it on whilst I was just finishing that. This lead though is 420. I mean, it already feels like way too many. But maybe if they can get them out before 450, there's, you know, maybe, but I don't see it. Maybe WWE are just not great at creative, says Tony. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, my friends. Yep. I mean, I do think if you're a fan of a sports team and your sports team had a season like WWE have just had a year in 2025, you would be asking questions. You'd be like, have we got the right manager? Have we got the right coaching? Have we got the right training? Is the setup right? I mean, I'm watching England in the Ashes, the cricket. We're getting battered. We lost our first 2 games, and we're going to lose this third one, right? And we haven't won a game in Australia for like, I don't know, 15 years or whatever it is, right? It's been a long, long time. It's been long time. And we haven't even won a game in Australia. It's hard to go to Australia and win a game of cricket, right? They're an amazing team. They know their conditions really well. To go to their backyard and win is just so difficult. And we really thought we had a chance this time, and we're just getting battered. We are just getting battered. And that's okay, right? It's okay because it's so hard to do that you go, okay. But the problem is, this was meant to be the time where we were going to have a chance. And it's not gone that way. So you go, why? This was meant to be the time where we were going to have our best chance. We've been working for years to make sure we were ready, and it has just completely collapsed. Why? I mean, like, people are like, yeah, well, you haven't got a proper bowler, or you haven't got, like, you know, your batters aren't good enough, or the plan wasn't right. Well, why? Why? That says to me the structure's wrong. That says to me we haven't got batters coming through. We haven't got bowlers coming through. It says to me that the person that's put the plan together has got it completely wrong. So why did they get it completely wrong? Saying this is wrong and that is wrong is fine, but why? And bringing it back to wrestling, why has 2025 gone so badly wrong? Why? Why was it that, you know, we had the Wyatt Six and we haven't dug into them deeper? Why did the Vision start and we didn't dig into them deeper? Why did we try to do a John Cena heel run in his final year where he's going around saying goodbye to people for the last time and they're coming out to say thank you? And he's going to come out and go, you lot suck. You know, do you know what I mean? Like, why did Triple H think it's now or never? And let's do it now, otherwise we're always going to wonder. No, you've missed that boat. You've missed it. That's gone. That's sailed. Right? You can't get on that boat now. So find a different story to tell. Yeah? Why is no one talking, or like, why did John in particular not talk about why he didn't tap? I'm sick of hearing so many people telling me why John was right to lose his last match. but not explain why he had to tap. John Cena, in that interview with Cody, said, it was time for me to, take that last breath. It was time for me to fade away. Well, yeah, okay, fine. I have no problem with him losing. I think it's the right thing for him to do. Why has he not addressed why he had to tap? If I'm fading away, yeah, if it's time for me to go, it's time for me to stare death in the face, I just go. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like, I don't understand. The never give up man giving up. I don't understand why that has not been addressed. And the reason why I bring it up is because genuinely, I am now at the point where genuinely, I am wondering, did anyone suggest it? Did anyone suggest it in creative? Or was it a case that they said, we think you should lose? We think you should lose because it's going to put Gunther over. And, we want you to, have that last moment. So it would make sense that you're in a submission and just before you tap, just before you give up, just before you lose, let's try and get that reflection moment. Ric Flair had that moment with Shawn where it was, I'm sorry, I love you. And for John Cena, it's a close-up of his face where he smiles as he looks back on his career. He looks to the future, knowing the business is in safe hands and it's in a great place, certainly financially. And he has a smile on his face and he goes. But why didn't he pass out? And why didn't he mention why he couldn't, right? In that interview, it was not mentioned. It wasn't mentioned. And honestly, it genuinely leaves me with the feeling that no one suggested it. And no one went, okay, John, yeah, but let me just run this past you. You are the never give up guy, yeah? So you sort of tapping out rather than passing out, maybe not the message we want to send. And I am now genuinely sat here going, I wonder if no one suggested it. I wonder if no one creatively was switched on enough to flip in, go, maybe we don't do that. How about you pass out, John? So I sort of look at 2025 and the creative and the problems and the frustrations. And yeah, I mean, I do get frustrated with it because I'm not going to sit here and say, I could fix it all, or you could fix it all, or we could fix it all. I'm not going to sit here and say that, right? But I do feel like a lot of these problems are things that we can see, we can identify, we know they're problems, and we know the solutions, and they just never seem to happen. And that is so infuriating. That is so annoying. I find it frustrating. Yeah, it's a very frustrating topic. They do some great work as well, though, and there has been some good stuff. And I think it's dangerous to think that you could just get given the pen and you could fix it all, because, there's other stuff that they've done well that maybe we wouldn't have done. I mean, I don't think I would have done Seth's Ruse of the Century. That was pretty fun. I don't think I would have thought to have done that, but that was a pretty fun moment, So I'll give him kudos for that. Whoever thought about doing all the finishers from John Cena's opponents in the AJ match? I don't think I would have thought to have suggested that or done that. So I don't want to paint a picture that's wrong and make myself out to be some creative great person, because I think there's some stuff they've done that I would not have done that worked really well, because I wouldn't have thought of it. So, it's one of those. I'm sure I would have made other mistakes if I was in that position. I'm sure there would have been a load of stuff I would have done that you would have hated. So we just never know. But it is still, the truth is the truth. It is infuriating to sit here and see things that you go, well, Wyatt 6 ain't right. Vision ain't right. Doing a heel turn with John Cena this year ain't right, right? The way that you're building, doing what you're doing with Cody and his title reign ain't right. Tiffany's run ain't right. Like, it just goes on and on and on, and you're just like, bro, no. Come on. You can do better than this. So, fingers crossed, next year they do. We're looking for better in 2026. Dean said we could get a shake-up where we get like a different GM or something each week. Maybe we need a trial period. Who can actually put on the best show? Well, the problem you've got is it's obviously not the GM. The problem you've got is that behind the scenes, it's the writing teams. So, I kind of went on my rant there about cricket and the fact that it's, to me, it's not like we need to switch players. It's that I don't even think we've got the players. I don't even think that English cricket is creating the players needed to go head-to-head with what Australia is creating. So that to me means the system is broken, not that the people we're picking, the system. I'm not convinced that we have the right setup to build a cricket team that can go head-to-head with Australia. And that to me explains why time after time after time, the English cricket team goes to Australia and gets battered. And now I'm looking at the setup for WWE, and I'm like, are these creative teams right? Is Triple H the right guy? Is Road Dogg, head of SmackDown, writing team the right guy? I mean, I don't know everyone that's on those writing teams. I know a few names. I don't know who contributes what. But are they set up correctly? Do we need more people in those teams? Do we need someone new on each team? Do we need new head writers on each team? I mean, changing the GM, that's obviously, just what you get on the show. The GMs don't actually do anything. They just, read the scripts they're given. But it's the creative teams that come up with the shows. They're the ones that are doing the stories and, writing the vignettes and writing the promos and all of that stuff. Some wrestlers get the opportunity, like Punk, to go out and just do his own promo. But, it's, there's a lot of stuff that the creative teams write. And, can that setup change? I think it probably can, to be honest with you. This is why I was so excited for WWE Unreal, because I wanted a glimpse into that world to see what was working, what wasn't working. And it's interesting, a few of you have said this, that when you do see that writer's room, you see Triple H sat at that table, it feels very sterile. It feels very dull. It's people in suits sat around a table, chucking a few ideas around. Now, whether that's real or if that was just done for camera, I don't know. But if that is real, and that is what a creative meeting looks like, it did not seem exciting enough, vibrant enough, vocal enough. It didn't seem like people had been working on stuff and they brought all these great ideas to that room, and there was just all this like really interesting stuff going around. I mean, at one point they were like, who should win the Rumble? And it was like, Punk? Do you think Punk? Yeah, I think Punk. Oh, I've got an idea. How about if, like, everyone's eliminated, right? And then number 30 is going to come to the ring and that person wins the Rumble, and it could be like Chelsea Green, and they all had a little laugh at it and on they moved. And that was it, really. And you sort of look at these little, you don't get much more than that. I mean, I'm sure there's a hell of a lot more that goes into it, of course, right? But I mean, it just seemed very, that's it. That's what happens in those meetings. Like, it's not this kind of bouncing off each other, like all this energy, and it just felt very tired, comfortable, sterile. Maybe it was just done for camera. I don't know. But that was something I found quite interesting from Unreal. I'm very interested to see the next season. Next season, I think, drops in January. So very interested to see that. Are we talking about the Rumble? Said Humble Rumble. You can talk about whatever you want, my friend. Trini said WWE and its booking is always going to decline after Avengers Endgame WrestleMania. Yeah, I think to compare it to that is definitely, yeah, you're going to get a downgrade. I think, though, WrestleMania 41 was just not good enough. I mean, a good match, a good show from a bad show. I don't know. I mean, yeah, if you want to compare it to WrestleMania 40, it was always going to struggle. I completely agree with you. But I don't know that is the explanation for this year. You know, I think that this year has just felt like there's been a lack of like OMG moments. It's interesting though. I'll tell you, the one piece of work I keep thinking I need to do, and I do need to do it, is I really, really want to go on to Cage Match. I want to look at every Raw, every SmackDown from like the year 2000. I am going to try and do this. I want to write down the Cage Match result, right? I know that they're only a very small sample size, but the good thing is it's a small sample size always, you know? It's going to be small feedback, so it's going to be the same, right? There's going to have been 30-odd people that told me how good Raw was in the year 2020, and there'll be about 30-odd people that told me what Raw was like last year, right? So it's still comparable. And it would just be interesting to see what was the average for Raw, what was the average score for SmackDown, average score for the PLEs in the year 2020. What was that number in 2021? What was that number in 2022? What was that number in 2023? What's that number in 2024? What's that number in 2025? Feels like this year has been a decline. I think we can all agree. Is it? If we do that sort of, you know, looking at the numbers. And also, if it is, how big? You know, what is the decline? Was the average last year 7.1? The average out of 10? And this year it's 6.4? I mean, that would be really interesting to me. That kind of stuff, which I know people will find super boring, I would find that really interesting. I think that would give us some interesting data to sort of kind of, you know, have in our minds. So, yes, all of that is... that's the waffle over. That's my rant over. I feel like it's a rant we have on a semi-regular basis. But let's turn our attention to SmackDown, shall we? Now, at the moment, I don't seem to have SmackDown. Let's click on this. Ah, there it is. It's just dropped. Is this taped? What's happening here? I thought this was live tonight. Is it that they've recorded it earlier tonight, is it? What's all this? What's this mean? Big Cat said it was a pretty good rant, though. I hope you feel better. Thank you, my friend. Well, I'm getting it out of my system now because it's a conversation I don't intend on having again. I'm very much looking forward to 2026. Right, let's have a look, shall we? See where we are with SmackDown. Okay, where are we starting? It's taped. Yeah, I thought it was live tonight. Well, I mean, it says that we are a minute in, so I am a minute in. I mean, right now, I've got a Saturday night's main event recap. That's what I've got. This is going to be a nightmare because it says that this video file is 1 hour, 21 minutes long. So it's 1 hour, 21 minutes long. Which means, you know, you lot are watching on USA Network. That means we're going to have to be pausing and everything. Okay. Tape SmackDown. I know, buds. I know. I thought this was live because they're there now doing this. But it must be that they have recorded this earlier or something. Understand the next couple of weeks being taped, but tonight, said Alex. I know, but I'm with you. I don't really get it. I'll tell you the other thing as well is because Raw has been taped, There's lots of spoilers doing the rounds. I mean, I've got them on my feed right now, and it's like... it's taped. It was said last week, says Mill. I was under the impression that tonight was live, but they were taping Raw. On Monday, they taped Boxing Day, the Boxing Day show, actually. So I thought this was our last live show. But, well, whatever. Here we are. Here we are. Okay, we've still got this video package playing. Daze, do we think Charlotte Alexa should remain a team in 2027? Have Charlotte win the Chamber? Go for a title shot? Charlotte just had her shot at this year's Mania. Maybe take a year off for her. Should they remain a team this year? They can do. I'm not sure I would. They can do. They've been pretty good together. But we are in such need. I mean, you've got Stephanie, you've got Jade, you've got so many people that need like a credible opponent. Like, I'm sure that Charlotte's going to have a singles match at Mania. It kind of feels like, I mean, Charlotte is a fantastic wrestler. I know people are, down on her, but I look at the quality of her matches, singles matches against different opponents. I mean, she had some of Ronda's best matches. Her feud with Rhea Ripley was absolutely brilliant. Her battles with Becky Lynch, and she's very, very good at getting in there and putting on just a great singles match. I sort of look at Stephanie and look at Jade and Tiffany. We did the Tiffany one, in fairness, with Charlotte, but I feel like we're going to need her to be a singles star at times next year. There's a lot of talent that kind of needs a win over Charlotte on the resume. Or maybe even Charlotte gets a win to, give them a bit of an obstacle to try and overcome. So that would be the only thing I would say. I think their relationship has worked quite well, though, Charlotte and Alexa. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it was a long recap, that, wasn't it? WWE are taping next week's Raw and SmackDown. Neither are live on TV tonight, says Martin. They're not playing back the booze for Triple H, said Lone Star Friend. Nah, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. People are mad, but did they see him tap out, says King. Well, good point. I got told he tapped out, but can any of us be sure that he did? There's Cody Rhodes. Or at least I've got Cody. I don't know where you lot are. I think we might all be at slightly different places, but I've got Cody stepping out of his bus. I've got the MFTs arriving. My SmackDown is showing Pokemon DS quality right now, said Alex. Okay. Here is Damien starting the show. I'm in the UK. I can't see it, said OG. You should be able to, buds. If you click on SmackDown and then just find the episode. Damien, yeah, I've got Damien. I don't know if I'm a bit ahead of you guys or not. But Damien is starting the show. All rise. Is he coming out on his own? He is. Well, they're giving him a big spotlight here. I'm doing a muscle spasm in my right leg. Oh. Why is the boxing got to be the same day, said Jordan. I know, but I know. Edward said, no, you're on time. Oh, thank you, Edwards. Good to know. If I am just a little distracted, it'll be because England have decided now is the right time to start actually doing some good stuff. Not when I was keeping an eye on it. That wasn't the right time, but actually now feels like the right time to actually do some good stuff now that I'm currently watching SmackDown. So I've kind of got half an eye on that. So if you're like, oh, you seem a bit distracted today, it's because, well, that. I'm actually watching that. I ain't watching anything to do with the boxing until we're done with SmackDown, so I don't even know what's happening with that. Damien has made his way down to the ring. Oh. Okay, Damien is in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. SmackDown would finish by the time Joshua fight starts. It should do, yes. It should do. It's just the undercard we're going to be missing out on. We were forced to say goodbye to the career of John Cena. He is the greatest of all time. So Damien just saying a few words about John. Okay. That starts a thank you Cena chant. Thank you Cena. Okay, so talking about how they won last week. That business has been handled, says Damien. Okay, there's Zelina. Zelina giggles. Damien. Damien. You're a hypocrite. You think getting your mommy to fight your battles for you makes you a real man? Okay, so Zelina has made her way out. Alistair broke you. Sign in the crowd says Triple H, Booker of the Year. I can only imagine that's Triple H in disguise. Oh, he's attacked him from behind. Who saw that coming, eh? He's attacked him from behind. Damien and Alistair going at it right now. Big shot coming in there by Damien. Damien, bang, kick coming in. Oh, shot there by Alistair. Big knee there by Alistair as Damien goes to the outside. Ball gets caught. Picks him up and bang! On the edge of the ring. Alistair goes down. So Damien dealing with Alistair right now. Jared said the next live SmackDown is on the 3rd. Sucks, doesn't it? There's going to be a table introduced. A table introduced. Don't you dare! Damien, don't you dare! Yeah, I'm sorry, but there is going to be a Slim Jim table that gets used here. Ah. Oh. Chair to the midsection by Alistair. Across the back. And another chair. Oh, Damien grabs Alistair. He's going to look to drive him through that table, but he goes into the ring post. Oh, big boot. Damien on that table right now. Spinning back elbow. Do you want to know an insane fact? The Damien-Alistair feud started in July. It's nearly the new year. They're still feuding as Damien goes through the table. Double knees. So Alistair drives Damien through a table. Do you know what? Not a terrible way to start the show. Damien coming out, thanking Cena, and then getting planted through a table. Oh, Nia and Lash looking a little bit cute. Okay. Skirt. Skirt. Little Lexi didn't stand a chance. There's like noise. I can hear noise. The Kabuki Warriors are going to be in action. I'm trying not to worry, as tonight England are playing, so James might be caught between like 5 screens, says Trini. Oh, is there no James around? I thought it was quiet. It felt quiet. It felt like something was missing. England are playing right now, and they've managed to get Australia all out. England need 435 to win. I mean, it ain't happening, but here's... oh, no, I need to pause. Oh, my God, I paused. Right, we're at commercial. The Rib said, as long as England wins, yes. That is the spirit, my friends. Surely you can't hate on England for cricket. I think Scotland's got a team, but, I mean, really? Even Australia over England. WrestleRant said they have to dead this feud. It's not doing either any good. They're trying to build back Damien with Alistair, who no one gives 2 Fs about, and that is just the hard truth. Fair. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. Yeah, I paused it. We're off to a great start, said Aussie WWE. Well, it doesn't feel essential so far, I will say that. You know, a lot of people are going to be watching the boxing tonight, of course. I think this being a tape show is a little bit of a shame. I was not anticipating that being the case. But whatevs. Do we think Paul AJ will be rigged? No. No, I don't think it'll be rigged. I do think that there is a plan that Jake has got, though. And that plan is, if I get in there and I am so very clearly out of my depth that I need to find a way out, what I'm going to do is defend. I'm going to cover up. I'm going to be evasive. And, I will just kind of allow Joshua to apply that pressure. And if I cover up, defend over by the ropes, at some point the referee is going to step in. I mean, I'm sure the ref has been told, don't allow this to go on any longer than it needs to. Step in as quick as possible. And I'm sure that I don't think it's fake. or scripted, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is like a strategy that Jake has got. Because I think Jake's going in with a lot of belief that he can, you know, do something, shock the world. I think you've got to go in with some belief. And I think he's going in there with some belief. And I think that, yeah, that's probably the strategy. If I am out my depth, if I have bitten off more than I can chew, you know, Netflix will be happy because people will have tuned in. And so I'm you know, I'm going to see how round one goes. And if I am just surviving by the skin of my pants, then maybe just cover up, be evasive, go against the ropes. Joshua applies the pressure, referee steps in and calls it. So I don't think it'll be scripted, but I think there could be an exit plan. Alistair attacking Damien again, says Willow. Rock's at home dancing with his daughter, says Brony. Is Logan watching his brother at the boxing, or is Logan at SmackDown? Well, if Logan is a real wrestling fan and believes in being a, you know, he will watch the wrestling live. So if I see Logan at that boxing event, fake. He's a fake wrestler in my mind. He should be at home watching SmackDown. Don't forget, you need to tell me when we're back on USA Networks. I don't know. So I'm waiting for one of you to say. And don't lie. Alex said, Rock's probably drinking his tequila more than anything. Is it commercial right now? Yeah, I've paused. You can always tell when it's like a commercial going to a commercial. So I knew before anyone said, but I have no idea when we're back. Kyle said, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thanks for a brilliant 2025. Well, shout out to you, my friends. I wish you and everyone that's joining us a very happy 2025. Simply Simon said, I'm paused. I'm going to wait as well. Oh, look at you. Shout out to you, my friends. Merry Christmas. Hello, Aaron. Merry Christmas, buds. Alex said, I'm paused as well. Oh, my God. Oh, Black Onyx says we're back. So we're back. I have got Damien backstage with unpaused. He's been attacked. He's been jumped by Alistair, thrown into some of these trunks backstage. Oh, being chucked over the other side as well. Fight backstage. Yeah, another backstage attack right now. Smacks him with a shovel. That's quite festive, to be honest. Snow is falling all around us. Children playing, having fun. Here we go. Alistair is going to go for a Black Mass connects. Damien goes down. There we go. Look at that. Wide-eyed and shocked. And we're back to the ring with the Kabuki Warriors. You'll have to tell me if I'm in sync, if I'm a bit ahead, if I'm a bit behind. I got Kabuki Warriors. And right now we've got Nia and Lash coming down. The Bougie Bullies. Which I don't know if that's their team name, but it should be. Nia and... I'm at Nia and Warriors, said KD Nation. Hello, KD Nation. Tony said, we just got to be more careful, Trini. We don't want all of your secrets coming out. Hey, Trini, what do you want for Christmas? I think people would like to know. What are you hoping James Chadwick gets you for Christmas? Your lover, James Chadwick. What are you hoping he gets you? They taped it on Monday, and there's another taping coming up. No, I think the one they taped on Monday was the Boxing Day show, you know? That's my understanding. Tonight, I was under the impression was live. They're looking festive tonight, says Rob. What's your favourite PLE of 2025, says Cole? Probably the same as everyone else's. Big fan of Evolution. Trini said, I want world peace, of course. Oh, well, if anyone can bring that to the world, it's certainly James Chadwick. Okay, Nia and Lash looking like a couple of candy canes. Couple of Christmas presents, maybe. Bit of a weird match. Heels against heels. Yeah, Wade Barrett pointing out not long ago, these guys teamed together, all of these. Right now, we got Kyrie in there with Lash. Kyrie gets driven back into the corner as Jessica Carr comes over. The Bougie Bully charging in. Big boot. Kick coming in there by Kyrie. And again, Lash going face first into that turnbuckle as Kyrie is climbing up. Shot coming in there by Kyrie. Kyrie is perched. Looking for a crossbody. Gets caught there by Lash. Gets caught by Lash. And right now, Kyrie looking to go over. Lash still on her feet. No joy at the moment. She grabs Kyrie. Kyrie going over against the ropes. Takes Lash over. Lash goes over. Daze, all I want for Christmas is for WWE to book better, said hello, Sydney. I think we all collectively want that, but it's certainly what I've put on my Christmas list. Will we get it, though? Right now, Kyrie goes hard into the corner. Big splash there by Nia. Lash coming in. She collides as well. Kyrie having a bad day at the office. Getting absolutely splashed and smashed. I remember Kyrie and Nia having a match in 2020. I remember her chucking her into the corner. Nia chucked Kyrie. Kyrie getting busted up. I remember it being a big conversation about how dangerous Nia was in the ring. Kick coming in. So it's kind of crazy to be sat here now seeing them all work together again all these years later. This is the best the tag division has been presented. CEO return, says Aaron. She's well under contract with AEW, isn't she? This is why we've done it, though, Aaron. She was unhappy about that tag division not being presented better, so we're doing it. And we're sending a message saying, come home, Queen. Come home, Queen. Bring Tony Storm with you. We miss you, Queen. Big boot coming in there by Asuka going down. Days, with all the talk of hope for WWE, I recently applied to work for the WWE Uncreative team. You're welcome, IWC. That is actually what they could be called now. The Uncreative team. Asuka with a nice hip attack. Here's Kyrie. Climbing up. She's perched. Big air. Ooh, that looked good. I don't know why I enjoyed that. Oh, we got a pause. Oh, my God. I did it. I wasn't ready, even though it was so obvious that that was going to a break segment. I was too busy having fun. God damn it. I was too busy having fun. Edward, thank you. Jeremy, thank you. We've paused. I mean, look, we're doing the best we can. And this is what we're going to do next week as well. We're going to do the best that we can. But Matty said Paul's going to KO his gone. Days, this show was taped Monday, says Mayor Pete. Are we sure this one was taped Monday? Because I was under the impression that it was the 26th that was taped on Monday. And that tonight we were doing this SmackDown and we were doing Raw? Is it that they've done the 26th tonight and Monday's Raw tonight? Taped before Raw on Monday, says Pakara. What does Boxing Day mean? It's the day after Christmas, yeah. Those outfits are ridiculous, says King Yeti. Porky Pig said they use AI anyway. They don't need no creative team. No, I agree with the AI thing, honestly. I think AI being brought in to help was the right move. I think that AI is a great way of starting like the conversation. You know, what shall we do with this feud? AI spits out an idea. If it's stupid, hopefully the humans in the room can go, that's stupid, we're not going to do that. If it's something that we could expand upon and actually use as a starting point, I'm honestly, I'm not down on it. I'm not down on it at all. Whatever the setup is in that room, I think we can agree in 2025 it was wrong. I can't imagine how dead the crowd is going to be by the end of the show, says Alex. I would like to see Daze in a matching outfit to Nia and Lash. Robbie said, yes, all the matches in the SmackDown preview are the same ones that I saw in the spoilers. Oh, interesting. Well, I have definitely read some wrong information then, because that is not something that I would just make up. So someone has reported something incorrect somewhere. I can't tell you who said it. But definitely I remember reading that it was the Boxing Day one they were doing on Monday. Because I thought it was really wild that they had recorded a show that was so far in advance. But that's why, like, but it made sense, because if they were going to do tonight live, then it, you know, it made sense. So, yeah, someone's got something wrong. Right, Simply Simon said creative in 2025 feels like an experiment where someone's maybe put like 100 monkeys in a room with a typewriter. Yes. I don't think we can rule that out. Tony said Boxing Day gets its name from a tradition involving Christmas boxes. Right, we're back. Thank you, Black Onyx. I trust you. We are back with the action. Let's just hear this about Boxing Day. Boxing Day gets its name from a tradition involving Christmas boxes, referring to either boxes of gifts and bonuses that were given to servants and tradespeople. Interesting. Tony, thank you. Shot coming in there by Lash Legends. Do we think Rhea is going to come back to help Priest again, or could it be Lola? I don't know that he needs it, to be honest. I mean, there's a chance that Zelina's going to interfere from the outside, but I'd imagine they'll just dial into it being the guys. I mean, we've sort of already done the mixed tag part of the feud, so I don't think there's going to be anything. It'll probably just build to a match, big showdown, final blow-off match between them, and I wouldn't be expecting to see Lola. I don't know that WWE want to present them as like a real life couple. Okay, Lash comes over, down goes Asuka. Lash is in the ring. Right now, we've got Kyrie up. Kyrie, oh, reverses. Manages to get a DDT on Lash and Nia. I would think James would have appeared and been like, effing. Well, I don't know where James is. It's Christmas time. I mean, people obviously have got different plans at Christmas. Asuka was in the stream the other day. Hope he's okay. Kick coming in there by Asuka as Lash goes down. Another big boot there as Asuka goes against the ropes. She's on the shoulders. No joy. Spinning back fist. Kick to the midsection. Big shots there by Asuka. Asuka again taken down. Lovely work there. Asuka has got Nia. Asuka is up. She's trying to go. Asuka going over. Oh, Nia comes down. Asuka against the ropes. Bang! Big boot. Going for the cover. Lash makes the save. Feels like this match has had some time and is going to keep getting time, doesn't it? Another big boot coming in. Up. Wheelbarrow into Bulldog. No joy. Kyrie down on her feet. Big shot there by Lash as Kyrie goes down. Ooh, super kick there by Asuka. Asuka going over to the corner. Nia charges in. Shoulder first. Into the ring post. She goes down. Asuka looking out at the fans. Goes through the ropes. We are going to stay and watch the fight. Yes, just Smitty, we will do that. Nia climbing up. Asuka seated in the corner. We're looking for... Oh, she's on the shoulder. She goes over, looking for a power bomb. Tag made. You could hear Jessica Carr say tag maids. Power bomb. Lash grabbing the leg of Asuka. Into the ring steps. Kyrie on the outside of the ring. I really don't hate this match, you know. Crowd are applauding away. Kyrie's going up. She's going to try and deliver this elbow, but Nia's getting up. She catches Kyrie. Ball slams her down. Dragging her over to the corner as the Annihilator's coming in. The Annihilator connects. 1, 2, 3. Wow. So Lash and Nia pick up the win. Wow, it's a win. So the belts weren't on the... I thought the belts were on the line. I was just waiting to see if they were going to announce. Oh, God. So, tag champ non-title match. What was the point in all that? We're going to have a match, but we're not going to put the belts on the line. If you beat us, you're not champs. Kick coming in. Well, that's a great way of killing time, isn't it? I don't look at spoilers. I really, really don't. I have no idea what matches we're getting or what the results are. I don't know. So Alexa and Charlotte want those tag titles, but obviously Lash and Nia have just won, so they're definitely going to be interested. Okay, here's Kiana. Okay, we're talking to Julia. Chelsea, time is running out. Okay, so Julia sending a message to Chelsea. Time is running out. Okay, Cody and Drew coming up when we return. So we're going to another commercial break. There we go. Boom. I think my pet peeve in wrestling is people that are not champions who are not champion holding the championship, says Aaron. That's your pet peeve. Who is the face supposed to be in that feuds? Well, it's meant to be Charlotte and Alexa. Out of those two that just faced each other, there isn't really a face, to be honest. Where is Bradford located? Bradford's north, I believe. Never been there, so I don't think I could point to it on a map. It is... West Yorkshire, which means it's going to be... Yeah, it's central. It's north central. It's right. It's above Manchester. It's next to Leeds. So it's kind of, if you look at the UK, north central. It's kind of interesting around that area, actually, because above Bradford's, it's just a lot of national parks. Lake District and the Pennines and the Dales. And so... Bradford's kind of, with Leeds, above Manchester, kind of in line with Blackpool. And then there's just a lot of greenery above all of that. And then it goes into Scotland. Keegan said, don't tell Daze that I'm high on Mountain Dew and ibuprofen. Let's go. Jared said, I'm just waiting for my Christmas invitation. Well, Jared, I got to tell you, I'm having a nightmare getting presents for people. It's been a real struggle. I haven't even started to think about you, bud, so you might be waiting a little while. No offense. No offense. But you might be waiting a little while. I'm just so behind on things. I sort of feel like it's only really now that I'm starting to think like about Christmas, and it's less than a week away. Weekend just gone was John Cena's last match. The show before that was Survivor Series. You know, we've still got things that have been happening in wrestling. All the conversation about John's last match at the start of this week. Obviously, Raw going into NXT. It's only really now I'm sat here and I'm like, oh yeah, it's Christmas next week. I need to sort some stuff out here. Daze, you are the present, says Hello Sid. Oh, thank you, mate. Thanks, buds. Daze, I think the Wyatt Six will beat the MFTs and become the new tag champs. They're already the tag champs, buds. Mason said, I think NXT is the best brand. Does anyone disagree? I don't disagree. I don't disagree. My internet keeps dropping in and out. Looks okay this end. Daze, what are you having for Christmas food? Hello, Wrestle with Andy. Hope you well, bud. Hope you have a good Christmas. I always get a Chinese. To me, turkey and vegetables have got nothing on a curry. I am going to do the normal Christmas dinner. It'll be like sprouts, carrots, mashed potato, bit of turkey, all that kind of, gravy, all that stuff. Jeremy says we're back. Jeremy, I'm Black Onyx as well. I missed you, Black Onyx, that time. Oh, my God, I've got a commercial. Oh, my God. It sent me to a commercial. Oh, my God. Well, I'm going to have to catch up. I pressed pause. I've unpaused, and it's gone. I think it's time for you to actually have a commercial now. Even though I paid for the commercial-free option, I've now got commercials. The flip. End of the advert, said Edwards. Well, I don't know. I don't know where I am. Miss Clown, Hello, shout out to you. Alex said, for my British friends in here, what would you recommend for Chinese foods? Oh, well, Wrestle with Andy's got an order that he's going to be placing. Wrestle with Andy will be able to tell you what he wants. Daze, do we think Rhea will come back to help Priest again? Oh, we answered that, buds. Robbie said, I wish I was in Britain. I wish I was British. I'm not sure you do. Right, I don't know where we are. They're showing Drew at the house. Yes. Now, how do I skip this forwards? We're getting a lot of heel versus heel matches. There's we're like, well, the flipping, all the rosters don't seem to be quite right. Yeah, it is the Drew video that we've got right now. We've obviously seen this online, so we're not really missing anything. If you haven't seen it online, Cody going around Drew's house, causing a little bit of trouble, to be honest. Daze, Ben, duck it out. I know. I saw. It's the hope that kills you. It's the hope that kills you. I've already lost hope. Do you know, it's funny. I've lost hope at least 10 times during this game with Australia. At least 10 times I've gone, well, that's it. It's all over. I can't believe it. I hate cricket. And then someone will happen and I'll be like, could they? Oh, my God. I hate this game. I've done that at least 10 times over the past couple of days. I just did it again about 10 minutes ago. Jordan, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you. Oh, let me have a look at the... Yeah, I'm up to date. I wanted to make sure I was up to date with Super Chats. Aldis and Drew sign up for vengeance, said Richter. Mason said, my aunt's in Scotland lives in a town where Christmas dinners have always been crazy weird. Last year, she had an apple-sized burger with a massive chip. She lost the competition. Oh, they tried to do weird, like on purpose, they tried to do weird Christmas dinners. Right. Got you. Sounds interesting. We're just boring. We always do the same thing, honestly. Turkey, vegetables, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've still got this video. Daze, do we think Bianca will come back? Yes, Mark. She'll come back. Albafire looks like Jess Glynn, says Telford Secret Channel. Telford Secret Channel, I hope you have a good Christmas, buds. Merry Christmas, Telford. Metal Mama said, where are you guys in the show? I'm ahead. I don't know where people are. I, right now, have got Cody arriving, and now is I just had the glitch as they're battling away in the front. Cody running at Drew, taking him down. Why have we got these glitches? I don't remember them being on the one I saw online. Perhaps they were. I don't remember them. Merry Christmas, a-hole. That's what Cody just said. Merry Christmas, a-hole. I'm at Cody's entrance. Okay, well, I've got a black screen. Now I've got Byron with Nick Aldis. Are we there? Same. Okay, we got Byron talking to Nick Aldis. I'm having legal letters. Cody's coming out on my TV. USA Network, where are you? I think I'm about 15 ahead of you. Or don't be. Dusty and Bruno. Yeah, legends. Here's the Miz. Cody now. Oh, God! You are, but are you behind? I don't know. USA Network, where are you? Anyone watching USA Network, where are you? Yeah, Metal Mama, I'm at 35. You're about 11 minutes ahead, yeah. Drew and Cody fight him. Okay. Well, I've gone back. I've got Cody and Drew fighting on a lawn. Okay. Cody and Drew. Okay. I was too far ahead. Yeah, we really struggled with that because of those stupid adverts. Fighting next to a pond? Thank you. I was ahead. Well, no spoilers. It might be Nick Aldis next. Okay. Now we've got Nick and Byron. Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got Nick Aldis saying he's got legal letters. If you are watching on... we're on a... I don't even know. It doesn't tell me the time. It's about 35:17 or something like that. Oh, this sucks, doesn't it? I just want Aldis to lace up his boots again, said Alex. Daze, I'm at Raw. You're 3 days late, said hello, Sydney. Here's the Miz. Nick's talking to a bald guy, said Richter. Thank you. Okay, we got the Miz. He's all right to have a match with Carmelo Hayes. He almost said Joe's name. If you say his name, he appears. Oh, there's our truth. Chief, that was great. I believe in Joe Pesci. Oh, that was great. Our truth believes in Joe Pesci. I do as well, actually. I do as well. Okay, here's Julia. Julia stands. Rejoice. Rejoice. Julia making her way down to the ring. She's going to be in action against Alba Fire. I believe in Joe Pesci. Someone, somewhere, surely is going to go on Sora. They're going to get Joe Pesci to do the turnaround. You've got to, haven't you? Surely someone. You just need Joe Pesci turning round with the line, I believe in Joe Pesci. Yeah? Do it. You go get them views. Yeah? Have it. Oh my God, blooming hell, what's she wearing? Sexy Harvest. Merry Christmas, everybody. James is here. Ba-ba-ba-da. Hello, James. Hope you well, mate. James, have you heard we're going to win in the cricket? Daze, what if everyone just started saying Joe Hendry and then he has to appear everywhere? Well, that would be his own fault for having that as a gimmick, wouldn't it? That would be his own fault. You know, if you say Joe Hendry's name and he doesn't appear, does that mean he doesn't like you? Just ask him. Annoys me so much how they treat Julia, and Kiana said irradiated zombie. Wrestle with Andy says breast of chicken, curry, sliced, no onions, egg fried rice, chicken balls, prawn crackers, and a glass bottle of Iron Brew. That right there is a classy man. Iron Brew in a glass bottle. That, my friends, is culture. Nice suplex there by Julia. Julia in control. As I'm just trying to record the score for that opening match. I need that. Okay, so opening match was Kabuki Warriors versus the Bougie Bullies. Alba with a big clubbing blow to the back as Julia goes down. If you are joining us, we're 53 minutes into the show. On Netflix, I am at about 40 minutes. As a rough ballpark. Julia grabs the hair of Alba. Oh, I need those scores, don't I? No, there they are. There you are. Alba down on her knees at the moment as Julia comes over and grabs Alba. This, of course, a dream match that many of us have been waiting for. Julia charges over as Alba moves out the way. Julia grabbing Alba. Do you know what? All joking aside, this is a kind of thing you could have seen in Stardom. Could you imagine Kaylee Ray going over to Japan, doing some work in Stardom, Julia being there. Kaylee Ray against Julia, you could totally see as a match in Stardom. WWE, you know, it just feels a bit inconsequential. Alba is a bit of a, you know, enhancement talent, security guard for Chelsea. And Julia just hasn't really got much in the way of momentum because WWE haven't really got going with her. So it's just kind of hard to get into this. But actually, with better presentation, with the better builds, we could have got something out of this. James said, I doubt it. We're already 5-1 in the chase. Yes, that's James. That's because we're giving Australia hope. We're giving Australia hope. We don't want to just beat them. We want to beat them with them thinking they're going to win. It's very clever. Right now, Julia has got Alba. Ooh. Well, that was quite nice, and that might do it. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Julia wins. She stares at Chelsea whilst pinning Alba. Well, there we go. Message sent. La, da, 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 da. You'll never take my title. Never. The first lady of professional wrestling. There's Cody. Cody backstage. So it is a win for Julia in a bit of a nothing match, but whatever. Okay, another commercial break. You'll be really excited to know we're going to commercial. Smile on the face of Cody and the American Nightmare graphic. And I've pressed pause. I pressed pause, guys. I've pressed pause. Although, I did have some static on screen. Daze, I love your coverage of the sheep shearing contest. Oh, do you remember when we, years ago, did the dog show? People loved that. We have actually done some pretty wild stuff back in the day. Did I miss much? Nah. Yeah, honestly, this is not a show that you need to worry about. Daze, the match just started for us. They're here. Oh, what? I paused and I shouldn't have paused. You're way ahead. The match just started. What? Did I miss a commercial break? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think I missed a whole commercial break then. I didn't know. Okay, well... Who knows who's going to win? I'm not going to spoil anything. You watch it, yeah? And you let me know who gets the win. I paused after Cody walked out. Yeah, I paused after Cody walked out. Trini said it was comical. Well, it's okay, says PC Rock. Well, listen, no spoilers here, but no spoilers here. Do you know, it's so confusing because on my live feeds, I have got people talking about all kinds of things. There's people watching the show on Netflix where there's no adverts, so they're at a certain point. There's people watching in America, they're at a certain point. There's people talking about tapings and what's gone on with that, so that's all on my honestly, this is all over the place. I don't even know where we are at the moment. You're just going to have to let me know when we get to Cody. Where's Black Onyx? I trust Black Onyx. Black Onyx, I don't trust anyone else. I trust you. What do you mean we didn't miss anything? It's a new era, said DGT. Oh, that's so true. Sorry. Yeah, James, you missed loads, but it's been so good. David said, I agree. It's not the group, it's the writers, said Eric. Wrestling Void said, guys, please trust me. I trust you, Wrestling Voids. I trust you. Willow is at a very different point to all of us. Defcon said the real question is, does Joe Hendry believe in you? You'll have to ask him. I think he does believe in all of us. Trini says, I trust gods. Is it me or does this SmackDown suck? I mean, it hasn't felt essential in the first hour. I didn't know Tyron Woodley was boxing. He's on right now. Yeah, he's taking on Anderson Silva tonight, isn't he? ZR Trek said, I hate you, Daze. And you know what? You're right. Honestly, you're right too. I agree. King Yeti said, I don't trust Wrestling Voids. Oh. Daze, I wasn't here because I've got some family trouble. My brother got arrested. Oh. So I wasn't in the right headspace. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, James. Oh, you don't need that at this time of year, do you? I hope all that gets sorted, obviously. But, you don't need that right now. People saying we're at commercial. Yeah, I don't know where we are, though. It's a tape show. I'm not expecting much, said Hawks fan. Ads. Well, I've paused. Are you lots... I just had Cody. So the match ended, and then we had Cody walking backstage, and then we went to ads. Is that where you lot are? Jake Paul, baby, said Jimmy. Cody was walking backstage. Oh, great. So we're back in sync. Okay, so when you lot say we're back, then we should be back. Yes. Alex, shout out to you. Right, we're back. Guys, I just want you to know that I've forgiven you for not keeping up with me. I just want you to know there's no hard feelings. Yeah? For some reason, you lagged behind me for a second then, and it's okay. It's okay. Wrestling Void, you're a random stranger on the internet. Our parents said don't trust strangers. So... why are you trying to insult our parents? Oof. That's a good question. Wrestling Void, buds, why are you trying to insult everyone's parents, please? It's a big question. Jess said, hi, friends. How are you? Hello, Jess. Merry Christmas. Hope you have a good one. Days, Danger, Stranger. I think it's Stranger Danger, isn't it? But... thank you. Chris said, Daze, have you seen or heard that Stranger Things is teaming up with WWE? Yeah, it's probably just going to be a thing in the ring and on the barricades. I don't know that it's going to be anything more exciting than that. Blassie, Merry Christmas, but... Wrestling Void said, I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm just trying to make everyone feel safe in the chat and the community. Yeah, but Wrestling Void, you did it in a really insulting way, and you've insulted everyone's parents now. So think about that. James said, if you insult my parents, I'll F you up. Okay, it's getting heavy now. It's getting heavy now. Wrestling Void says, my bad. It's okay, Wrestling Voids. This is a period of forgiveness. We've just got ads now. We have got ads now. See, I never would have thought what James just said. I tried, but James is irreplaceable. Oh my God, there's some lovely vibes in the community tonight. This is great. Let's not have it like this on a regular basis, though. I'm still paused. It feels too long. It does feel too long. Are we back yet, anyone? Are we back? Anyone? We're back. Go! Okay, we got the Wyatts. Oh. Okay. A vignette. Well, I'm into this. You're going to be catapulted into a whole new world. Okay. Okay. I mean, it didn't particularly... I would have liked a glimpse of something that's coming, a location, a character, something that you go, what's that? That would have been quite nice. I didn't see anything that gave me that, but you know, some in it. I mean, it's not nothing. It's something. And really, doesn't that sum up 2025? You know, we got something. Do you know what I mean? People are like, oh, WWE sucks, but it's like, we got something this year, didn't we? We did. I always look forward to AAA events, says Tony. This is a nice two-piece from Cody. AAA is going to destroy SmackDown tomorrow, says Akeem. Well, it has not been a SmackDown that has that's going to live long in the mind at the moment. It feels like a SmackDown that's got half an eye on what's going on with Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua. It feels like even SmackDown tonight's like, what's happening over there? Do you reckon Netflix said to WWE, listen, you've got a show on the same time we've got the fight. You better not put on a good show. And they've been like, all right, well, we'll phone it in. Don't worry. We've got Julia versus Alba Fire planned. It's fine. None of that happened, by the way. Not for 1 second would Netflix be worried about WWE taking viewers away from the boxing. Okay, Cody is in the ring. Obviously, he went round Drew's house. Okay, Cody with a smile on his face. Cody. Hershey, what do you want to talk about? Cody's ear. It's pretty messed up, isn't it? It got obered. Drew says WWE is an unsafe working environment. So Cody says, what would be a safe environment for you? Okay, Cody's pretty fired up. Here comes Nick Aldis. I don't think you appreciate the situation that we're in here. That is a good point, isn't it? When you went round his house, you kind of made his point for him. This is an unsafe working environment. You should have trusted me. This is interesting. The babyface champion sort of being told off. Cody. You can't lay a finger on Drew when he comes back. Or you'll lose your belt. Yeah. You'll lose your championship. I don't know why that's such a surprise to Cody. It feels like it's pretty obvious. I'm not going to touch Drew McIntyre. Drew is untouchable, said Hawksman. Oh, I feel like you've forgotten who you're talking to. I'm QB1, says Cody. Wow. Okay. I don't know where all that came from. I am the law. You do work for him, though. I mean, your contract does say WWE. You work for me, says Cody. Whilst I've got this belt, there's a heel tendency. There's a flicker of heel in there, isn't there? I don't work for you. I work for them. And you, my friend, you work for me. I mean, none of the contracts say this, Cody. What's happened? What's going on? Is he becoming corrupted? There's Tamatonga in the background. Yeah. We got some fire emojis in there. Well, I tell you, it's the best thing on this show. It's the best thing on the show. Okay, we got Elia, we got Carmelo. Well, I don't know, that promo just woke me up a little bit. Here's Fraxian. Dragon on Fire. Have you got Joshua winning by knockouts? I've got Joshua by finish. I'm not sure if it's knockout. Might even be leaning TKO. Just in case you do miss, we'll be there. So, Carmelo, Elia, DIY coming up. If you've missed this show, I think the Cody promo is worth a little glance. Just a glance. Guys, let me tell you, I am watching this on my phone on US and Netflix on my laptop, so I can just keep up with you guys. Wrestling Voids, you seem like such a lovely person. It's such a shame you insulted everyone's parents. Right, here's DIY. Do we have Mello as a face now? If so, 2026 is going to be hot for Mello, I believe. We do. 2026, we need Aldous in the ring. His NWA matches with Cody was a real banger. Here come DIY, and Candice is looking lovely. Yeah, I'm here for this. If Candice is going to start looking like this in 2026, looking like a snack, then actually maybe not all hope is lost. Okay. We're pausing. Wrestling Void, we're only having fun. Come on. You seem like the nicest person in the community. Daze, please, I am sorry. Come on, Wrestling Void. It's no fun picking on someone that's just really lovely. This is why I pick on Trini. Eric said, I cannot stand Candice. Oh, my God. Eric, we can't be tolerating any Candice slander. She's just so lovely and inconsequential. I mean, she don't really mean no harm to no one. Liam said, Daze, my friend, I watched this SmackDown earlier, but I'm here for the ride. Well, that's commitment, that is. Liam, that is commitment. Look, I appreciate it, my friends. We're here, grinding away, trying our best, ballsing up in the process. But, you know, we're trying, goddammit. We are at commercials right now. Universal Gamer said, Daze, Wyatt 6 coming for the final boss, The Rock, for taking souls. Let's go. That would also be a thumbs up from me in 2026. He had interactions with Bray, obviously 32, WrestleMania 32, most famously. He made them look stupid on a very grand stage. That's a reason to go after the final boss. And you know what? Now would be a great time to do it because he's really thin. Because he's doing like a role, isn't he? Where he's playing like a 70-year-old man. Now's the time. Do it, Howdy. Murk him now. I saw an interview with him the other day. He's looking really like... It's weird. It's like he's looking really, really thin. Everything's fine. He's just playing like a old man character. Like me. I'm 21, but I also play an old man character. Elia and Carmelo against DIY. This is legit the biggest mismatch of all time, said WrestleRants. Anthony Joshua, easy, and I mean easiest payday. But I'm sure the fight is going to be fixed, like all these gimmick fights. Well, they're saying that it can't, and I do find myself believing them because, you know, what they're saying is if this was fixed, like people keep saying it's fixed, they would be, like, done. It would be over. Like, they would be federal investigations. There's people betting money on this and all that stuff. So, I don't know, man. I sort of feel like I don't think it's fixed. But I do think that Jake has got an exit plan. I don't think, like, it's something that's been agreed with Joshua. But I do think there is a chance that, like, Jake's like, if this gets too hot in the kitchen, I'm just going to take some shots, cover up. And at some point, the ref's going to have to step in and call this thing. He's got to. If I'm up against the ropes just doing this, getting like punched in the body and just defending my chin and just eating shots, I'm not going down, but I'm not fighting back. At some point, the ref has got to come in and go like that. Call it. TKO. The Tyson fight was rigged, said Eric. That was an exhibition. We're back, said Black Onyx. This is a proper, this goes on the records. This is a proper professional fight. John Cena finished his career last Saturday with 726 televised matches. How many live streams have I done? I don't know if I've beaten that yet. If I have, then John Cena is lazy. Right. We're back. King Yeti! Look at this! Oh! Look at that generosity from King Yeti. Merry Christmas from King Yeti to all these people that are benefiting. Take that, losers. Well, there's no need for that, to be honest. It's a bit harsh, isn't it, really, if you think about it. I'd like to apologise from King Yeti. There's no need for that. But the generosity coming in. King. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. I love that it means more people can join us on the member streams. We always do like 3 streams a week. It's a bit messy next week, though, because we've had to move a few things around. But there will be member streams next week, so keep those eyes peeled. Starboy said, your favourite wrestler of all time is Gunther. Don't even try to deny it. Who, me? Okay. I mean, it's not, but what can I do? I've been told don't even try to deny it. And I'm all right, actually, with Gunther being... Do you know what I mean? That could be worse, couldn't it? I do like Gunther. JJ in Shadow. Thank you, my friends. Oh my God, we've got like a gifting membership party going on right now. Do you want to call everyone losers, buds? Chop coming in by Elia. We are underway. JJ in Shadow. Thank you, my friends. Do I subscribe to you? I don't, but I do now. Yes. Yes, King. Big boot coming in there by Elia. Big Time said, Daze, the in-ring quality tonight has been abysmal. Back-to-back women's matches that were just sluggish. Both opponents were out of sync. Oh, don't talk to me about being out of sync tonight. Blow me now. I do find these tape shows hard to judge. I can tell this is not a great show. I haven't lost my mind. But I'm so focused on, like, are we at commercial break yet? Are we at commercial break yet? So focused on that it's like, yeah. Hey, look at Elia. He's got, like, knee supports. I don't remember seeing those before. Are those knee supports or are they... I think they are. was going to say, are they bandages? They're certainly not knee pads. There doesn't seem to be any padding on them. Carmelo going over against the ropes and leg drop. 1. Just a 1 count. We are underway. Daze, are you watching the boxing? Yes, we are, buds. And that'll be live for all of us because it's on the same show. Oh, lovely work there by Elia. Always a joy to watch Elia in action. Always a joy, always a pleasure. Going through the ropes. Okay, Elia just went hard to the outsides. Goes into that commentary table. He's grabbing his nose. I mean, he might have legitimately done some damage there. I feel like we're about to go to commercial break. Elia's down, and that'll be it. Okay, commercial break. We've gone to commercial break. They're like knee sleeves, said Big Case. Yeah. I'm getting knee sleeve vibes. Elia's just one of those guys that you know is going to tear the house down every time he's in the ring, and probably his knees. WrestleRant said Silver did connect with an uppercut. I thought he dropped Woodley off the second check jab, but this is still such easy money for these guys. So Silver gets the win, does he? Silver beats Woodley via second round stoppage. Thank you, my friend. Is it Baumgartner next? Alicia Baumgartner. She should win. I'm expecting her to win. I think she is the co-main. The reaction to The Rock giving kids gift to the YMCA cracked me up. First he said Papa Tui, and then he said $500. Mate, imagine that. Imagine you go along and you get this little mystery gift, and then you get told inside is a year's supply of Papa Tui. You'd be livid. I'd be livid. I'd be like, I got out of bed for this. I got soap at home. Blimey now. Do you know, unfortunately, I did make a mistake with all of that because there was bits that I got distracted by. The woman calling him Maui, when that's not his name, sort of distracted me, and I didn't really dig into the rest of the video. There is a bit where I can't remember what was said, but someone answers 6-7, and The Rock's like 6-7. The Rock actually did the 6-7, which I'm sure you lot are really tired of, but I'm a child and I will forever find that funny. So there was probably some other fun bits I could have mined out of the video, but yeah, it was pretty fun. The woman calling him Maui, I genuinely was a double take for me on that. I was like, what did she say? There was a bit, that I did where I jokingly was like, take it back. She doesn't deserve it if she doesn't know his name. And then I'm like, take it back. Take it back. And I watched it in the edit, right? Because I edited it after. And I was like, oh, that does not make me look good at all. It really seems. It didn't come across like a joke. And I was like, oh, that's coming out. That's coming out. It was a total joke. But I was like, yeah, no. That's coming out. So I took that little bit out. But, yeah. Well, there should hopefully be another Unseen tonight, and hopefully there'll be more entertaining things on the way. So, King Yeti said, I'm joking. I love all of you. Nobody is a loser except for Brony, says King Yeti. We are all winners. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. You didn't need to super chat that, buds. You've already given to the channel, donated to the channel. I appreciate it. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. Take it back. Take it back. Brony said, except for who? I don't. I'm sorry, Brony. We're back now. I'm told we're back. We need to refocus on this now, but I don't know. You'll have to ask King Yeti. What? It was picture in picture. Oh my God. Well, where are we then? If it was picture in picture. It was picture in picture. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's another curveball they've thrown my way. Well, where are you now then? Oh, God. Daze, DIY really are struggling. Yeah. Brony said, honestly, just screw this SmackDown and put the boxing up. I'm actually a diehard WWE fan. Okay, well, I don't even know where we are anymore. James said, at least I'm not catching strays. Well, James, I know that you've had a bad day, so I'm letting you off, but it's only today. We'll be back on it tomorrow. British Vasion said, I'm really homesick for a good old traditional English breakfast. Let's go. I might have that now, actually. As soon as the stream's done, I might have that. Bit of bacon, sausage, hash brown, fried egg, beans. Oh, Elia comes crashing down. Right, where are we? I don't even know where we are. Kick out there by Johnny. Jellied eels. That's like a London thing, and it's not a very popular thing. Beans. Oh, baked beans. We live by them in the UK. We have baked beans with everything over here. James, shout out to you, my friend. Finish already. We've got the same thing in the US, just minus the beans, says Corey. Yeah, I think you lot have pancakes. I always think pancakes is kind of a traditional breakfast for America. But I suppose you could have a fry up as well. I'm sure you do. Double knees. I mean, we don't always have it. In fact, I rarely have it, if I'm being honest. Most people just have toast, cereal. That's what most people have. But, you know, maybe once a week on a day off, you might do yourself a full English. Days, I have a Cuban breakfast. Oh, what's that? Is that a cigar? That's a cigar and hard Class A drugs, isn't it, Wrestling Voids? Oh, Candice getting involved. This match is banging, said Edwards. Allison said, you sound like a girl. Me? Oh, man. That is great. I feel like I'm back in secondary school. You sound like a girl. Yeah, well, your name sounds like a girl, Allison. How'd you feel about that? Got him! Tag being made, Chomp coming in. I don't even know where we are. Right now, DIY. About to do some double tag team work, but mate, this is banging, you know. Elia jumping in with a flying headbutt. Tommaso going down. H-bomb! Mello has won. The match has ended. Okay. I was not that far behind, actually. I just skipped it forward a touch. Mello. Elia. Picking up the victory. Okay, we got Alexa and Charlotte backstage. If you look too far in the future, you'll forget who's standing in front of you. Thank you. Oh. Here's Jade's. Here's Jade's. Oh. She's big on charity. Is she? Oh, Meechin, people stopping her. Meechin with a kendo stick. 'Tis the season of giving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let them know we're on the way. Counting zeros every day. This song is awful. And it's been the SmackDown theme for way too long. Okay, we're pausing again. I've paused. R.I.P. Meechin, said Hawks fan. Daze, go to Waffle House, but watch videos before you go because you might see fights. I have never been to a Waffle House, but I would go. I told the story of when I landed in America last year, and we landed in Florida, and we were staying in Kissimmee. And the great thing about Kissimmee is it's got this big, long road that's got just loads of restaurants on, right? We were driving down. Everywhere was closed. Everywhere was closed. I mean, it was like 12 o'clock at night, so a lot of places closed at 11 or whatever. And we went into a garage, you know, where you get gas. We went into a gas station. We went into a gas station, and we were looking at, like, you know, the food they were selling. It was like a very sorry looking, I don't know, flipping sausage hot dog or something. I don't know. And it was like, should we see what else there is? And we went down the road, and there was a Denny's that was open. And oh my God, it was brilliant. I can't tell if it was because we were just really hungry and the alternative was a very sorry looking sausage from a gas station. But we ended up going to Denny's, and it was like lovely service. The woman was great. Food was hot. Portions were big. Everyone just had like an omelette and whatever, but it was that kind of American diner experience. You don't get that in the UK. Loved it. I bet it's one of those that, like, Denny's actually sucks, and everyone's like, you was excited to go to a Denny's. But I'm telling you, it was great. It was right place, right time. And, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I would definitely go again. Waffle House reminds me a little bit of that. I think that's probably also right place, right time kind of a place. I can't imagine you'd take too many dates to Denny's. I mean, I would because I'm cheap. But, you know. Denny's is the best at like 1 a.m, said Stone. Well, there we go. I went at the right time, didn't I? I like Denny's, but a few of them are closing around here, said Richter. We don't have anything like Denny's in the UK. There isn't really like a place that's open that late that's like a chain of... I mean, you can get kebabs. You can go in and get, like, you know, go to a fish and chip shop. If there's like a music venue or a nightclub, you'll find a fish and chip shop that's selling kebabs and stuff like that. But, you know, maybe you could sit in and have, like, you know, chicken shop dates. Yeah, if you've ever seen that kind of a place where you can go in and get chicken in a box with some chips, but whatever. But there isn't like a Denny's. There isn't somewhere where you can go and get like a omelette, or certainly there ain't nowhere where you can go, I want my eggs chopped, slopped, fried, smothered, chunked, or whatever. I don't know. We ain't got any of that. Denny's, after a club closes, says Uncle Loops. Well, that's the dream. That's my dream. My dream is to go to a club and then Take a young lady to a Denny's after. That's the dream. Right, we're back. Denny's left out of 5 that were opened. There's only 1 left. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, next week, the Open Challenge with Ilya is going to continue. So that continues next week. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jake Paul has said he's going to knock out Anthony Joshua in round 6. Put your money on it, kids. Turn your life around if it does come through. Drew McIntyre returns next week. The victim of a home invasion returns next week. Drew next week. WrestleMan said Daze is pronounced kiss me or kasem me. Kasimi. I won't remember it, but I'm sure they won't mind. They took my money. They took lots of my money, actually. Okay, we got Solo cutting a promo. Can you hear that now? The Fireflies are here. Is that them? And they're going to watch us take those tag team titles. Okay, is this going to be interesting? Oh, look at Solo. I've got the whole world in my hands. The whole world in his hands. Okay, here come the MFTs. Here come the umphs. Umphs. No. Send the sickening off. MFTs versus the Wyatt Six. Daze, did you see Universal Great Britain got planning permission? I did. I'm very excited for that. I feel like Britain, UK really needs a major theme park like that. We've got Alton Towers, which is good. People like it. It's good. But, I mean, we haven't got a Disney. We haven't got a Universal Studios. We haven't got Six Flags or whatever it's called. You know, we've got Blackpool, but I mean, that's probably looking a bit sorry for itself these days. Drayton Manor, Thorpe Park. I mean, we've got theme parks, but I'm not sure we've really got anything, you know, that substantial. People like Alton Towers, though. They've got some good rides at Alton Towers. But yeah, a Universal. Let's go, mate. I mean, it's going to be great. So excited. I will go. I hope we get Cody Drew inside Hell in a Cell. Yes. Yes. Do you guys have county fairs? No. I mean, what we do have is we have, like, fun fairs that kind of travel round. So it's people that have got, you know, like Dodgems and the Waltzers and, you know, that one that you sit on that does that. You know, they'll kind of go from town to town. But, I mean, it's not a big... they're not really that big. They just kind of, you know, fill a field. They come to your town and then they move to the next place and they just kind of go around. And the locals will come out, whatever, and you know, it's not like it's not a county fair. It's just like a traveling sort of thing that travels round. We've got like that. There's a few of those that do the rounds, but they're not anything that special, to be honest. To me they look a bit old, tired. I haven't been to one in about 10 years, to be honest, so I don't know what they're like now. Maybe they've modernized. Perhaps they've freshened up, but yeah, there's not like to my knowledge, there's not like a permanent place, you know. Because I don't know, do county fairs move or do they just stay there? In my mind, they just stay there, and we don't have that. Before amusements, Americans used to crash trains into each other. County fairs are just expensive, just as expensive as going to Disneyland. What's the closest Premier League stadium to a theme park? Blimey now, I have no idea. Could ChatGPT answer that? What's the closest Premier League stadium to a theme park in the UK? I'll tell you. They move. Oh, do they? I didn't know that. I thought they just stayed where they were. St Mary's Stadium is very close to a place called Poulton's Park, but I mean, I've never even heard of Poulton's Park. I think it's like more for little kids. So that's Southampton. I lived in Southampton. I've never even heard of Poulton's Park. So there we go. Tottenham is not far from Thorpe Park. There's about 20 miles between them. So Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and Thorpe Park is probably the best example. Thorpe Park's got some big rides. So that would be probably the best example. It's a fun question. I'm from the UK. Jazzy Girl, what part are you from? I'm about 35 minutes from Cedar Point, said Richter. Daze, stay off X. There's a major spoiler going around. Oh, well, I can't really, can I? Me staying off X ain't gonna work. Have you got Renaissance fairs? To my knowledge, no. But they do battle recreations in certain places. I mean, if you go by where the castles are, I'm sure there's things. But I've never seen a Renaissance fair. No. If a county fair moves around, maybe we've got something similar in, like, you know, what I mentioned, but don't know. Are we back yet, by the way? We are back. There we go. We're back. Guys, we're back. Apparently, we've only got 12 minutes left, so we've probably only got one more commercial break to worry about. Let's go. Daze Solo said, I got the whole world in my hand, said, let him in. I know it's cheeky, innit, buds? That is cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. We are the cheeky girls. We are the cheeky girls. You are the cheeky boys. Okay, we got the MFTs in the ring. Lights go out. Here come the Wyatts. This is going to be our main event. That's breaking news. That is actually some breaking news. Jordan says, thanks, James. Who have Man United got at the weekend? Who have we got at the weekend? I actually don't know. I know we drew with Bournemouth the other day. I don't know who's next. James will know. Daze, worst weather you've ever seen? The worst weather I've ever seen? Don't know, but we've had some pretty deep snow. I remember there being a storm actually not that long ago where it was like, this is going to be bad. But I mean, a bad storm here, if you're, you know, not on the coast or by a river, just, you got to, you know, worry a bit about maybe a tree coming down or something. I mean, we're not getting hurricanes. We're quite good with that, actually. I mean, we don't really get earthquakes. We don't get hurricanes, tornadoes. We don't really have anything like that, so. But yeah, there are places that get flooded, but I've never lived in those places. So, just, you know, bad snow, bad, like, winds and whatever, but nothing like what some of you have been through. Right, titles on the line.
Not for nothing, but this crowd seems kind of flat, says RWB. That is part of the issue of a tape show, innit? All that excitement, all that energy just kind of goes out the window, unfortunately. Right, we are underway with Dexter in there with, is that Tonga? Kick coming in. Shot coming in. Looks like we're going Tonga and JC. Dexter crawling around on his hands and knees. Going for a clothesline. Dexter picking him up and bang! Driving him down. Dexter, leg drop. One. Just a one. Just a one. When I tried to watch Netflix on Raw on my tablet, it stutters, said Jacob. Will we get Wrestling Daze and Kia plushes next Christmas? Oh, imagine that. A Wrestling Daze plushie. I might make them available just because I quite fancy one myself. I'd like a Tommy Toy Travels where you pull the cord at the back and it just keeps going on about musicals. Big Time said, Daze, are we going to get old Johnny Gargano Tommaso Ciampa? I still have hope, but the main roster crowd has not been kind as far as garnering a reaction. Well, I mean, it's simple, innit? Put them in singles matches. I mean, Elia is a blueprint. Just put them in singles matches, make them bangers, make sure that the match quality is what we need it to be, and people will soon get the message. But you just got to have that commitment. Against the ropes, Gacy, clothesline, down goes JC. Wyatt's working well. Oh, sent on there by Dexter. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out. Okay, going over, charging in. Bang, big shot. Kick coming in. Against the ropes. No joy. Going to the outsides. Coming round. Clothesline. Got murked. Got murked. Oh, gets caught. Picked up. Dexter. Wow. That is impressive. JC with Dexter Loomis. Had him upside down and drove him. That's what I'm talking about. As we go to what I think is going to be our final commercial break. Please be our final commercial break. Are they still doing the Baumgartner match right now? Daze, SmackDown in its current state, is it strong enough to handle 3 hours? Well, I mean, it feels like a no, doesn't it? I certainly can't watch this week's episode and go, oh yeah, I'll take another hour of this. But then it's unfair because it's taped. The crowd are dead. We're trying to stay in sync. We're going, it's kind of hard. Picture in picture. Picture in picture. Oh, Jesus. Picture in picture. I don't feel like I'm in sync, though. Headbutt there by... Well, I'll tell you what. I'll talk. You tell me. Yeah? Right now, we've got leg drop coming in. Bang! By Tonga. Lands on Dexter. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Dexter. Right now, we cut to the entranceway. We got the Wyatt 6 watching on. Howdy in the chair. We got Nikki. She's all amped up. Kicks coming in there by Tonga. He's working on Dexter. Richard said, you're passionate about the shows. Do you work for WWE? I don't, but no. But I've been a fan since the early 90s, and I've been really through a lot with watching WWE. I've seen the good, I've seen the bads. I know the sunshine follows the rain. So, yeah, look, this year has not been a great year, and we've been very vocal about that. But I know that good times will come, because that has always happened in the past. After the new generation, we had the Attitude Era. You know, after the pandemic, we had Bloodline. Like, the sunshine always follows the rain. Bang! JC plants Dexter. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Dexter. Picture-in-picture happens during commercial, so you still need to pause. Well, I don't think so, do I? Because aren't you seeing what I'm seeing? You are definitely not. So I'm out of sync. Is that what we're saying? If the MFTs lose here, it's a wrap for them. Okay, well, I'm going to just pause. King Yeti has made me nervous now. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous. So I've just paused. I've panicked. Jeremy just says yes, and I don't even know what that means. Black Onyx said, we're back from commercial. We're back from picture-in-picture. What does that even mean? No pause needed with picture-in-picture. I don't know where we are right now. I kept it going, but now I don't know if I pause or if I don't pause. Right now, I got Nikki on the edge of the ring, banging on the edge of the ring. I got Tonga, he's got Dexter on his shoulder. He's parading around, he drives him down, goes for the cover. 1, 2, kick out there by Dexter. Right now, we've got Tonga with Dexter. Tonga and Dexter in the ring. Dexter's getting beaten up in the MFT's corner. Mr. Fall D said, I'm lost. I just don't know where my mommy is. Well, I'm your mommy and I'm here. Mr. Unfamiliar said, just spoil the result. Call it a day. Let's do that. People, just stop effing around. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do is we'll keep an eye on it. You do not need to pause when we go picture-in-picture. Yeah, I think that. But what if the stuff you see during the commercial break, they cut from what's on Netflix? Because it's the video file on Netflix is only 1 hour 21. So there is 39 minutes removed for adverts. Does that include your picture-in-picture stuff? You might be seeing stuff I don't even see. You might be seeing stuff I haven't even got with picture-in-picture. Do you see my point? The women's co-main has now started. Now started. Ah, lovely clothesline by Gacy. Now I've got Nikki on the apron. Oh, I know where that was. Oh, that helps. That helps. Okay. Now we're having a conversation. Yeah? Now we're talking. Now we're all talking. I mean, I've decided to be safe and just stay home tonight, says Corey. I think that's right. One more match and then AJ Jake, says Carl. Yeah, we'll be doing that after this. Okay. Gacy has tagged him. Are you doing opinions video? I'll do it as a video. It won't be live. I'll just do it as a video. I'm just going to stay quiet. I'm going to stay quiet. Nothing's happened. But I don't know that I can get quite in sync with where you lot are. So we're just going to watch this. And we're all going to have our own thoughts about it. This is a good tag match so far, says Amids. Do you think AJ KO? I think AJ wins by stoppage, but I don't know that it's going to be a KO. I think he wins by stoppage. Gacy flew over the... Oh, I just saw that! Gacy over the top rope. Yes! Yes! Oh, we might be in sync! Gacy in there with JC. Dexter with JC. Picks him up. Oh, power bombs him down. Looking for the cover. No, Dexter climbing up. Oh my God, we might be in sync. Or some sort of sync. Loomis, big splash. 1, 2. Oh, save his mates. Save his mates. To the outsides. Oh, now we've got Tala getting involved. Here's Rowan. Rowan coming round. It's a big brawl breaking out. You're about 30 seconds behind, but that's okay. Okay, so this thing is just going to be a brawl, is it? It's been thrown out. It's a no contest. Okay, well, nothing's been spoiled, has it, really? People are saying, let them fight. Let them fight. It's just a big brawl. Talatonga getting involved. Big shots coming in. We got Howdy and Solo on the outsides. Oh, Tala's going up. Tala's going up. There's only one way to solve this, said Stone. Wargame! Oh, hang on. War Games! There's the big man, Rowan. Boom. Drop kick going over against Rose. Big clothesline. Tala to the outsides. Here we've got Nikki. Nikki, she's like, throw me. Rowan picks up Nikki. Whoa! She lands on Tala. Smile on the face of Rowan. Solo from behind. Samoan Spike. And again, here's Howdy. Here's Howdy. There's Howdy, but he gets clobbered. Oh my God, it's chaos. Chaos. Chaos is ending this show. And there we go. We have cut. It is over. We have come to the end. Right. Let's get our score in, shall we, for that match. Get your score in. Spice Girls are goated, said Hawks fan. Hawks fan, thank you. Yeah, that is true. Spice Girls are definitely goated. My understanding is that we are underway with the women's match right now. So, Bam Gardner in action. Let's get the match score up for that main event. Match scores. All time. Great. Good. Bad. How much am I not looking forward to next week? Quite a bit. Tape shows are just so hard to stay in sync. Feedback required. What did you think about SmackDown? Well, let's see what people have got to say. That request has gone up on X. You can leave your thoughts over there. Daze, do we all get a shirt that says I survived SmackDown? Yes. Yes. 8 out of 10. Good. SmackDown. Nice flow. Crowd did seem quite dead. which was sad, but good build to the rivalries. Cody and Drew build was good, and a good main event, says James. Average, says Porky Pig. We did it, said Shaquem. We did it. We survived. Boom. Right. Stay safe out there, says Shadam. Shout out to you. Corey said, I would pay $15 for that. Do you know what? Someone should do a I Survived 2025 shirt. Stop moaning. I survived WWE in 2025. Right, we've got... Oh, look at all these legends. Brandon Marshall, Kay Adams, Michael Irvin. Daze, now you can head over to the box. I've got it on, but there's not really too much point talking about the women's match. I don't think too many people are going to be that bothered. So we can just kind of talk about whatever you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? Yeah? Yeah? The show will feel better when my wife gets home, says William. Hello. Jake Paul versus AJ. If Tommaso is going to be an example of LA Knight not being able to succeed, Tommaso has been on the main roster for like how long with Johnny and no success for all that time. That's why fans hate the LA Knight burial. James said there should be an I Survive Wrestling Daze stream t-shirt. James, you're going to make this very challenging for me to not throw strays your way, you know. Listen, one of us is putting in an effort here, yeah? James, thank you. It is true. I think they would sell, honestly. Daze, how can we consider Jake a pro boxer? He's only faced one pro boxer and he lost. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that's true. I mean, I can consider him a pro boxer because he's ranked in the pro boxing rankings. Who are those boxers that he faced? I mean, I didn't watch those fights. There's his boxing records. Andre August faced him in December of 2023. Ryan Berland faced him in March of 2024. Chavez Jr. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. is a Mexican professional boxer who was the WBC middleweight title holder from 2011 to 2012. Jake fought him back in June. And obviously Tommy Fury as well. But if you look at the cruiserweight boxing rankings, someone has got Jake Paul listed. I don't know where they've got him listed. I don't know if it's like number 15 or something. Cruiserweight rankings. These, I think, are only going to show top 10s, aren't they? Oh, is it? Is it going to show top 10s? I'm just interested to know who's got him ranked. Someone's got him flipping ranked. Yes. WBA cruiserweight rankings. These are the top WBA ranked cruiserweights. Jake Paul, number 15, 12-1 records. So he is an actual Not even like top 40 or top 50 or top 100. He's ranked number 15 in the WBA cruiserweight rankings. So he is an actual legitimate ranked boxer. So the WBA class him as a boxer. How good is he, though? That's the question. Is he good enough for Anthony Joshua? I don't think so. The lady says that they put on 3-minute rounds instead of 2 rounds, so they have more time to stand around. 2-minute rounds create a sense of urgency, says Ronnie. James said, that's not a shade at you. It's a shade at some of the comments we have. Oh, no, James, it's all fun. I take it as banter. You know that. So, yeah, James, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. England are 2 wickets down. Wonderful. Right, we are underway with this ladies match. I thought it can go 12 rounds, and yes, it is 3-minute rounds. Right now, it looks like Baumgartner has thrown more and landed more. I expect her to get the win as well, so should be AJ fight coming up next. Let's get this score, actually, because it'd be good to go back, wouldn't it, to the... It'd be good to go back to MFTs versus Wyatt's. Be good to go back to that poll that we had, which was a bit more boxy. I probably should change the graphics, but I honestly expected to switch over and for the fight to be starting. Yeah. This was not good. Good 93. Good 94. Good 92. I'm going to say Jake gets the dub, said Black Onyx, because every time I bet against him, he wins. Okay. Who wins and how? Who wins and how? Jake by decision. Jake by finish. AJ by decision. AJ by finish. Boom. James said I might be wrong. I doubt it. But I think Mercy, the buzzard mask that Dexter uses, is based off an old bird mask from a Cultus Black Music video. They are similar. You could be right. You could be right, but not something that I am aware of. But we know those masks are made by Jason Baker, and I believe Tom Savini had input. They absolutely could have took inspiration from places like that. Wrestlandy said, Daze, do we think Jake is actually going with boxing? Where do we think he's going? If he loses, what's next? I think he ends up in WWE. Where do I think he's going? I think that he is genuinely trying to get to a world title in his head, right? I think in his head, he sees himself as being a world champion. He doesn't quite know how he's going to get there, but I think he's just focused more on the improving and the next step, right? And I think for him, it's a case of, let's get some big fights, right? He's interested in money. He's interested in the big stage. He's interested in being a disruptor. And so for him, he's not really interested in taking on journeyman boxers and, you know, building up the resume. You know, he'd much rather be facing names. I think he gets more excited by that. I think he's more engaged with that. I think he is someone that gets easily distracted. I think he is someone that, you know, needs to have a big challenge in front of him, or he's the kind of person that needs to be told you can't do that. You're not going to do that, so that he can go out and try and do it. I think that is a real, genuine motivator for him. And I think that, you know, he's been told you can't be a world champion, and so immediately that makes him go, I want to be a world champion. I think he's taking it a step at a time. I think there are opportunities that come his way, like, do you want to have an MMA fight? Do you want to fight KSI? Those are opportunities that are hard for him to turn down. And I think they are things that get in the way. I would imagine there's loads of fighters, loads of retired boxers, loads of former MMA fighters that fancy a payday that are like, I'll fight you. And so the problem he's got is that trick has kind of wore a bit thin now of fighting MMA fighters. He's got to fight boxers now. You know, he's kind of milked the fighting of the MMA fighters. So, listen, you got to say, respect. He was going to step in with Gervonta Davis. But obviously, the size difference was going to be a big factor in that. And I don't know, that was a really hard one to call. I mean, I feel like Gervonta Davis, of course, was going to be the better boxer, but the size difference was going to be quite vast. So it's like, oh, I don't know. Is Gervonta Davis going to do a Terence Crawford's? Come up quite a few divisions and get the victory? I think he would have, I don't know. I don't think I saw the odds. But before I could really get invested in that and look into that, obviously it changed. And it changed over to the Joshua fight. So I think next year is going to, depending on how this goes, I think he'll continue. I think he will continue with boxing in the foreseeable future. I think there's too many offers on the table. I think that if he gets knocked out, then that might take some interest away, you know? Because that's what everyone's tuning in for, innit? They want to see him get knocked out. And as soon as they see that, then, you know, that's kind of part of the appeal gone. He needs to avoid the knockout tonight. If he avoids getting knocked out, I think everyone's expecting him to lose. If you didn't watch this and woke up tomorrow and found out that Jake Paul had lost, you'd be like, okay, yeah, but how? How did it happen? Did he get knocked out? You know, people waking up tomorrow finding out he's lost ain't going to shock anyone. But it's like, did he get knocked out? He's got to avoid the knockout. And if he does, the money train continues. Because people will tune in again to see him hopefully get knocked out. The only problem is if Joshua doesn't do it, how do you convince people next time that the next person can? That's going to be a challenge. So, I mean, listen, he's swinging big here. There's no, I mean, like, who else could he have gone in with? I mean, he could have gone in with Usyk, but Usyk is, you know, going to be a better boxer, but he's not known for his knockouts. I don't know. I mean, he's stepping in with, like, a heavyweight that's got lots of knockouts to his name. I mean, you got to give him credit, really. You got to give him credit. I mean, I'll tell you the one thing about Jake, the difference with Jake and Logan. Logan is someone that can smooch Triple H, you know? Show how dedicated he is, show the value that he can bring, and as a result, get given opportunities, yeah? He can be put in the Vision, he can be given PLE matches, he can be given mid-card titles, eventually probably a world title. And, you know, he can like sort of get to that. Whereas with Jake can't easily get to a world title unless he genuinely beats. Like, he's got to go in there and he has got to beat people. There is, I think, it's easier to find more respect for Jake, in my opinion, and what he's doing, rather than for Logan and kind of what he's doing. For me, like, as soon as that bell rings, you got to perform and you got to show you're better than your opponent. And it's one thing to show that you're better than MMA fighters, but I mean, what are people gonna say if Jake steps in there and is better and gets the win over Anthony Joshua? What happens then? I don't know. I don't know. What happens then? If that happened, what happens then? And of course, the immediate reaction is, it ain't gonna happen. Don't worry about it, right? But what happens? I mean, like, he believes in it. I believe that he believes that he can win. I do believe that he believes it. I think you've got to go in there with some sort of belief in yourself. You've got to. You can't go in there thinking I'm going to get destroyed. You've got to go in with some sort of belief. I don't think belief is something he's short on. So I genuinely think he is genuinely stepping in there with some form of belief. Like, if I can just avoid his shots, if I can just connect that right hand, he's got to have some sort of belief. So, obviously, let's see how this one goes first. I think the foreseeable future he stays with boxing. But if people don't tune in anymore, if the party's over, if he's picking up losses, if tonight is an eye-opening experience for him, maybe he does switch lanes. Maybe he does switch lanes. But I'm really expecting it to be a case where, you know, Jake said it himself, I can't lose. Everyone expects me to lose. So if I lose, no one's shocked. Like, what are you going to say? You lost to Anthony Joshua? Yeah. But what he's got to avoid is the knockout. That's the real thing he's got to avoid. And any rounds that he wins or any rounds he survives are little victories for him, aren't they? If he gets knocked down and gets back up, that's a victory for him. If he gets through round 1, that's a victory for him. If he gets through round 2, that's a victory for him. There are little victories within this fight, even if he loses the overall fight. And so if I'm Jake, I'm going in thinking to myself, can I win some of those little victories? Can I get some of those battles? Can I take a Anthony Joshua shot? If I go down, do I get back up? Can I get through round 1? Can I get through round 2? You know, everything that I can achieve, it's all stuff for me to come back with when I lose, if I lose, which I think he will. And then, of course, when the end comes, can I avoid the big knockout? If I can do that, then, I'm all right. If I can do all that, I'm all right. I've seen a spoiler for next week, says Henry. Well, we're avoiding spoilers, bud. We're not interested. We're gonna keep them for next week. Azib said, Daze, I think we're being a bit harsh on creative. The pool of talent they've got to work with just isn't great. We need to be honest. It's not good. I feel sorry for creative. The talent need to take a lot of the blame too, says Azib. Okay. Mr. Full D said, I think Jake's brother will interfere, cost him the fight tonight, build up to a feud, the Paul brothers at WrestleMania 42. I wasn't going to say anything, but come on, AJ, says Henry. Semenyo is a cruel name. I would have been an idiot to call him Semenyo. What's happening with him? Is he going somewhere? I know United have been interested. I just read we're in for Semenyo in January. 65 million release clause, but we didn't need him. We need to strengthen midfield. Yeah, isn't he a winger? And we don't really play with wing. We play with wing backs, don't we? I mean, what are you going to do? Put him on the... He can't... He's not defensively minded, is he? What's that? What? I don't... Do you know, that is true. I don't get it. What are we going to have him up front? Are we going to play him as a striker? Because I'm sure he's a winger right now. I must admit, I've heard Liverpool are interested in him because they see him as being the next Salah. So I'm not down if we get him because I feel like we are getting an amazing player that a lot of people are after. So I'm certainly not against going for him, but I am sort of like, with you, do we need him? I don't feel like we do. I feel like we do need like a couple of really good midfielders. In your opinion, what's wrong with English cricket, said Asib? They've gotten slapped in this test with Australia. Yeah, I think honestly the whole thing is wrong. I think where do you start? I think that our county setup isn't right. I mean, if you look at like, we can't really change our players out because who have we got? Where's the talent that's coming through? I mean, where's all the great bowlers that we've got to choose from? Where are all the great spinners? You know, if we drop Crawley, who opens the batting, I mean, where are all these great options? I'm not aware of them. And if you look at how the England Lions are doing, like our B team, I believe they're getting smashed out in Australia as well. So it's like, Australia are a country of like 30 million. We're a country of nearly 70 million. And I know that cricket is like our fourth sport or whatever, right? Football, obviously, number one. You could say rugby is ahead of it. You could maybe say darts is ahead of it. I mean, there's a few things you could maybe put ahead of cricket, but we should still have enough resource to put together a really good team. And we've got some skill. I mean, you know, I think we definitely could have got better results than what we've got, but I just think, like, have we got the right players coming through? Have we got the right leadership? Where's the backup batters? Where's the backup spinner? Where's the replacement bowlers? I'm just not convinced that we've got the talent coming through. Are the academies set up correctly? Are we getting enough kids into the sport? I sort of feel like in Australia, like, it's everyone has a go, you know? I don't remember playing cricket as a kid. I don't remember playing it. I remember it being an option during PE, physical education. It'd be like you could go outside and play football or stay indoors and play cricket. And everyone chose football. Everyone wanted to go out and play football. Everyone played football. I feel like in schools you should be made to play cricket. Because you might play it and love it. And you might be like, yeah, this is my sport, man. This is for me. And then if it is, why are local youth teams not working with the local schools to get the kids to go along, you know? If I got made to play cricket and I loved it, my PE teacher saying, listen, I think this would be really good for you. And, you know, pointing me in the direction to, like, yeah, check out this youth team. I think you'd really enjoy it. Go along. They've got an open session on Saturday. There is none of that. I don't remember playing cricket ever at school. Ever. It might be different now. I don't know. Other people might have had different experiences, but I just think the whole setup's wrong, honestly. I don't think it's as simple as drop that person and bring that person in. If AJ doesn't win, he took the bag. Personally, I would turn down money to knock out Jake Paul, said Hawks fan. Exactly, Daze, 100%. Jake really needs to do is just survive. I could probably give Jake my respect for taking the fight. Doesn't get more legit than this. Yeah, I mean, I will give him respect for taking the fight, but I don't want to give it yet until I've seen how the fight goes. You know, I think that the thing you got to remember with Jake is he's got Netflix that are dangling a lot of money in front of him for him to have a big fight. So there is pressure for him to replace Gervonta Davis with a big name opponent, right? So there's pressure there. So he's got to, you know, face someone of note. And then also, you know, he is a promoter, so he's got the rest of the card to look after. So he's got all these other fighters that need their payday. So he can't turn around and go, no, it's off. I'm sorry, everyone. Because these guys don't get paid. There is pressure on him to have a big fight. And there was not pressure for him to take Anthony Joshua, though. So I do think he's coming into it thinking, okay, this is a situation where I've already got a loss on my records. I need a big fight. I need these people on the card to get paid. I need something that's going to get people to tune in. What are my options? And I don't know how they settled on Anthony Joshua. I really, really don't. I'm sure there were other names they could have gone with that might have been a bit easier night's work. But, you know, we've settled on... he's ended up settling on this. And I think now it becomes about, how do I get out of this with some dignity? How do I get out of this with a bit of pride? And for me, it's that. That's what tonight is about. Tonight is about, can Jake Paul walk to that ring, get in the ring, and find a way out with some dignity. Don't get knocked out is number one. Don't get knocked out. Survive the first 10 seconds. If you get knocked out in the first 10 seconds, that's about as bad as it could be, isn't it? You've been knocked out and you didn't even last 10 seconds. The only thing you can say then is, well, at least I had the balls to walk to the ring and get in there. That's the only thing he gets, yeah? Which some people will still give him, obviously, credit for. But, if he can last round 1, that's a victory. If he lasts round 2, that's a victory. If he avoids getting knocked out, it's a stoppage, but he didn't get put down, that's a victory. If he gets put down and gets back up again, that's a big victory. So there's all these little things that he can get out of it. I don't expect him to win the fight, right? I don't expect that. But I think he does get some of those little wins. And I think it gives him something to brag about. And, yeah, it was a big learning experience. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Joshua. Thank you to everyone that tuned in. I went in there, I dreamed big, I gave it my all. We lasted that first round, we got into the second round. You can sort of hear him say, I can hear the conversation already in my head. So that's kind of how I see it playing. But Joshua wins by stoppage is what I'm thinking. Round 3, round 4. But listen, Jake said, I'm going to win by knockout round 6. That's what Jake has said. That's what Jake's predicted. Corey said, if Jake wins, we riot. I can't believe he thinks he has feelings for him. Jake said he's putting AJ to sleep in 6 rounds, said Duran. Hopefully we see the reason for different weight classes tonight, says Joshim. Well, Usyk was a cruiserweight. I mean, Jake's a cruiserweight. Usyk was a cruiserweight. Usyk's come up and obviously dominated the heavyweight division. So, you can move from the one division to the other division. It can be done, but, I mean, who's Jake got on his records? There are some boxers on there, but they're not, most of them are either washed, never been, or, like journeymen. I mean, but I think when he spars, I've got a feeling that Jake, when he's practicing, when he's sparring, I bet that, when he's running 2 miles, he does it in, 4 minutes, whatever. Next time he does it 3:55. Next time 3:45. Like, I bet there are metrics, many, many metrics that he can see that he is improving. I don't know actually how they measure punching power, but I would imagine there is a way of doing it. Because I remember them saying about someone, was it Ngannou, hits like a car moving at 60 miles an hour or something. Like, there is a way of knowing like your actual punching power. I would not be surprised if those numbers give Jake confidence. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got all this data that shows where he started and where he is and how he has improved. And that is probably giving him a lot of confidence, where it's like, you don't even know what I can do. You haven't got a clue. You're all judging me on my fights from the past. I know my numbers were here. I know now my numbers are here. You haven't got a clue what I'm bringing to the ring. You've not seen it. I believe that. I can believe that. I can believe that's the case. I can believe that his footwork, his evasiveness is going to be better than what people are expecting. I can believe that, there's a little summit there. Not enough to get past Anthony Joshua. I'm not, I'm not stupid. I don't believe that. But I think for those people that are thinking Jake gets in, just gets punched and he's out, and that's it. I think he might have more to him than that. Again, Lawrence Okoli has been sparring with Jake, and he said he's actually quite hard to hit, He's quite evasive. Some good footage coming out of him working on the bag and everything. I don't put any stock into that. A bag can't punch you back. I mean, I remember going into the Mike Tyson fight, there was I remember in the Mike Tyson fight, there was great footage of him on the bag and people going, have you seen Tyson? He's back. And then you watch the fight and he's like dead after 30 seconds. It feels like we're about to see a Dunning-Kruger effect. Jake seems to be overconfident, but not experienced enough to know what he might be up against. Well, do you know, I mean, that's maybe not a bad thing, is it? It's maybe not a bad thing for him to be like going in not quite like, you know, aware. I mean, it could be that he's just about to get absolutely murked and he is just way too overconfident, but that confidence has to come from somewhere. It's got to be grounded in something. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to say anything about this fight. I'm not going to say this is boring, rubbish. Well, I don't know why we're watching it. I'm not going to say any of those things. Like, I wish this was tomorrow. I wish we could have started the stream. I wish we could have gone all the way through, and I wish we could have done the whole undercard and really got our teeth into it. But unfortunately, you know, it's tonight. It's largely been on at the same time as SmackDown. It is good, though, that we've just had this little opportunity whilst this co-main's on to just at least have a few words. So, I mean, that's good. But, yeah, co-main is on at the moment. And, you know, then I believe we'll get a little bit of hype. Obviously, ring walks and whatnot. And we'll be underway with the main event. This one is in round 10. So 2 more rounds to go if this goes the distance. Bamgard, no, seems to be winning it. Right. Do we think AJ will still fight Tyson because of this result, said CCFC? I think that AJ will fight. The plan was to have a warm-up fight this year. And apparently he was going to be on the Saudi card the other week as a surprise. That was the original idea. It was going to be that AJ would just come walking out and everyone was like, what? AJ's on this card. And he was just going to take on like the number 100 heavyweight. Little run out, go through the motions, lovely. But this was obviously a much more attractive offer. You know, this is a run out. It means you have a training camp. You stay in like fight modes. You know, you're kind of still active. You know, big platform, huge payday, and blah 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 blah. You know, so it's one of those where I think that this is quite interesting. Genuinely, I think this is interesting. I think there is a bit of unknown, isn't there? And that's what's so interesting. People just like me can't get their heads around why has he accepted this fight. Just doesn't make sense. I mean, all I've seen is like fighters going, I think this fight's going to get called off, but the days are going by and I'm just not going to believe it until I see them in the ring. And it's like, well, the co-main's on now. I mean, if you really think the fight's getting called off, we're really running out of time. So, you know, it's one of those where, yeah, people just can't understand it. I've kind of wrapped my head around it in the way that I've explained. I've tried to understand where Jake's coming from and, you know, I tried to put myself in his shoes and that's how I view this fight and that's how I think he's thinking. But it is crazy. I think, you know, I expect Joshua to win and this was just meant to be a warm-up. Apparently he's going to do something a bit more serious at the start of 2026 and the hope is that we take on Fury in the middle of next year. I don't know if we get that fight. I don't know if Fury is going to take it. I mean, it's on, it's off, it's happening, it's not happening. I mean, this thing's been messed around so much. To be honest, I've got an interest in it, and I would definitely watch it, but it's lost a lot of its magic. I mean, when those two were at their peak, and everyone was debating who the better fighter was, you know, before Usyk was on the scene, that was money. That was money. It's still money now, but it's fallen a long, long way. Daze, can we do a poll? Who wins, Jake Paul or the winner, says Corey. Well, unsurprisingly, at the moment, we've had 200 votes. And 52% of you say AJ is going to win by stoppage. So AJ by stoppage. There is 29% of you, though, that think that Jake wins. That's crazy, isn't it? Nearly 30% of the people that have voted are saying that it could be a victory for Jake Paul. I think Jake will smile and just tap from a submission. Yes. 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 2 more rounds. And then it's Jake Joshua, said Wrestling Fan. Can we say what rounds we're up to so we can sync up? We don't need to. It's just live, isn't it, on Netflix, live around the world right now. So the fight hasn't started yet. But if you click on Netflix, we should all be in sync. 30% of people are on bath salts, said Hawks Fan. Hasib said, do we think women's boxing can be as big as women's MMA? Doesn't seem like anyone's interested in this fight. Well, I think it can. I think that, we're in the very, very early stages of women's boxing. I know it's been around a long time, but you're right. It's not really been on people's radar, if we're going to be honest. I think that this is interesting. Baumgartner's someone I'm aware of. I'm not aware of her opponent, but I am aware of Alicia Baumgartner. There's a few female boxers that I've seen fight before that I've got an awareness of. Clarissa Shields is, fantastic advertisement for women's boxing. And, we've seen some fantastic numbers out of the Serrano-Katie Taylor feuds. And so, the thing that boxing needs to try and do now is to try and grow that. And I think it will, because not only, is it the right thing to try and do for women's sports, but also there's money to be made. Simple as that. I don't know what it's like with NBA, women's NBA and all that stuff, but we're finding with women's football, that there is an interest there from young girls and guys that are interested. Like England's Lionesses, getting amazing ratings when it comes to their games and tournaments and Euros and, winning the Euros and trying to win the World Cup. And, we've seen, God only knows, viewing figures and growth when it comes to women's sports. If we compare where women's sport is now to even just 10 years ago, go back like 15 years, 20 years, I feel like it's night and day. Feels like the 2010s, it really started to gain some traction. There have been women's sports, gymnastics and tennis and volleyball and netball and things like that have always been sort of women's sports. But I think like women's football, women's rugby, women's cricket, women's MMA, as you said, women's boxing, we're just seeing more and more exposure. So, yeah, look, it's growing. It's definitely growing. We need more big names. We need more stars. We need, more feuds. We'll get them, though. No doubt about that. When it gets there, well, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know what plans they've got in place, but yeah, there was a time where people are like, I don't want to watch women punching each other. I don't want to watch that. And I feel like that's gone now. I feel like people understand that this is a sport. It's an art. It's, if these women want to get in there and do that, I feel like we've moved past that part of it. And that was a real barrier for a lot of people. There was a lot of people that really struggled with watching women punching each other. I don't want to watch that, And that was a problem for Dana as well. Dana White was like, I don't want to watch women MMA. But then he saw Ronda Rousey and he was like, actually, no, I do. Scrap that. Turns out I do want to watch women's MMA. And then we've had Amanda Nunes, Valentina Shevchenko, Cyborg. I think Andrew Tate is fighting a TikToker. I think that's tomorrow, isn't it? Baumgartner is hurt in round 11, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Well, right now she's hanging on. She's got a couple of minutes to survive. Jeremy said, I love women's UFC. Yeah, man. Thug Rose. Boxing, I would agree, is not quite there yet, but we've got some stars. I mean, you know, I think Jake has done a lot for women's boxing. I mean, MVP is signing more and more women. Here's the women co-main eventing. We've just had the whole Taylor Serrano stuff, which was massive. I mean, if you think that Ali was fighting, and I don't know, there was press, but it wasn't. Imagine if she was around now, an active fighter now. Muhammad Ali's daughter was a boxer. Very, very, very successful boxer. I don't feel like the world gave her the attention. Maybe in America they did, I don't know. Over here, not so much. But if she was around now, I feel like the stage is set. She could, you know, what a great time for her to enter the sport if she was around now. But she isn't. Are you excited for Gaethje Pimlitz? Yeah, I don't really think about it, honestly. I'm so focused on a weekly basis as to what I've got to do. So, like, you know, this was all about how do we do the boxing with SmackDown? What do we do on Saturday? Christmas coming up, I need to get presents. So, you know, I'd be lying if I was to sit here to say I'd give it any thought whatsoever. I have not. But, you know, I don't even know if we can do it. Hopefully we can. But, yeah, that's a real test for Paddy Pimblett. Do you think we should be darker? I feel it's a bit goofy at the moment. Well, what are we talking about? WWE? I don't know that it's going to get too dark in WWE. They're a PG products. I think it is going to stay quite PG, safe, and you know, comfortable. I think it's going to be that way. Okay, we've gone the distance. We're going to get the results. I don't know why so many are giving Jacob puncher's chance. It's just insane to me, says 92397. He's got no chance. Not even one punch KO chance. He hasn't got that kind of power. I don't know. I don't know what power he's got, honestly. I don't know. I mean, it's true that he's hit, you know, I mean, he went the distance with Anderson Silva. I don't expect him to have the power to kind of put Joshua away. I don't expect him to have the boxing skills to win rounds. It's very hard to see how Jake Paul's going to win this. I'm struggling myself to see how he wins this. But can he get through round one? Can he get through round two? Can he eat a big shot of what if Joshua smacks him with a big right hand, Jake goes down but gets back up? I agree. It's hard to see Jake win it, but I think there are lots of little victories that he can get. Here we go. Come on, AJ. Prove to the world that you're not a bum. Get rid of this fake Paul boxing BS, says Michael. Is this pay-per-view? Oh, it's just on Netflix, but you only need Netflix. You can tune in and watch it. Liam said if AJ doesn't win, he is an embarrassment to the sport. His career will be tarnished. All that pressure that was on Tommy Fury when he fought Jake, there is 100% more pressure on AJ. I mean, I think there is. I think it's a pressure, though, that's easy to carry. I mean, you know, the pressure of being a world champion and defending your belt against someone like Usyk, and then going in for a rematch knowing you need to win because you ain't getting a third shot anytime soon. You know, that's pressure. I think coming in here facing someone that you are expected to beat and you believe you're going to beat, there's a pressure to that, but I don't think the pressure is as great, is it? Right, I think they are all in pretty much belief that Bam Gardner's going to get the win here. And she does get the win. So there we go. Alicia Bam Gardner wins by unanimous decision. Alicia gets the win. I believe she was heavy favourite to get the win. I don't think there's any surprises there. Baumgartner through 158. Through 570, landed 158. She connected with 28% of her shots. Buduin connected with 22%. I'm just going to get a water. Give me a second. Right. We should be getting a bit of hype. I don't know if there's I heard there's going to be like a rapper. Some people are saying 6ix9ine is going to be walking Jake to that. I don't even know what 6ix9ine looks like. But I've heard that 6ix9ine could be coming down. There's meant to be some sort of artist. Jake, of course, is going to be wearing Hogan-inspired gear as well. So we've seen that. We showed that on Unseen. Let's go down. I would love to know who is paying the absurd so-called X amount of dollars for gimmick fights. It's all ridiculous. Well, Netflix have paid for this one, obviously. They obviously make a lot of money from all the, people that subscribe around the world each month, and they've got a pot that they can spend, and in their mind, it is worth spending it, because one thing that seems to be holding really well in ratings is sport. Sport seems to be doing brilliant with ratings. So we're seeing all these ratings going down, but if you can get the rights to certain sports games, and, they seem to be holding up because people obviously are still interested and will forever be interested in their teams and in sport. So it seems like Netflix want to really advertise that they can be the home of live sporting, content. So for them, it's like, let's put on the biggest fights possible, even if they're crazy, like Jake against Joshua. We'll spend crazy money to do it. But if the message can be, we are not just a place for on-demand films and TV shows, we are also a place for live sport. I don't know, man. I mean, when those Premier League packages come up, when the NFL packages come up, when the NBA packages come up, I know Amazon Prime have gone in for a few things. I'm sure you'll see Netflix going in. There's Layla Ali. Talking to Layla Ali, she's on the flipping punditry. Jake Paul with his mustard and ketchup gator breeches, yeah. My fiance went to school with Kayla Harrison. We're really good friends with her. We talked to her the other day, and she says that the hype for women's matches is as big as the men's, says Tyler. Oh, that's amazing, bud. That's amazing that you were able to kind of have that conversation. That's really cool. Yeah, another amazing talent. I think it's brilliant. I mean, I think it's brilliant for women that, they're rightfully getting more and more opportunities, more and more spotlight. I think it's great. It's just great for everyone, really. It's great for the women, but I mean, for me, I like women's sports. I haven't got a problem with women's sports. I know that there's people that moan about women's football. It's not as quick as the men's. It's not as skillful as the men's. And you hear a lot of that sort of stuff. That's all going to get better as time goes by. We're in the very early stages, of women being given this kind of platform. So that's only going to improve over time. But to be honest, I mean, this is still, people battling against themselves, like their own level. Women don't tend to be as quick as men. They're not as strong as men. So I don't know, that's fine. To me, two women's boxers They're going to show off their skills. They might not be as quick as the guys. They might not be as powerful as the guys, but it doesn't matter. It's still that battle, isn't it? It's still them facing challenges and trying to overcome them and going through the fire and all of that stuff, you know? So for me, like, I enjoy watching England's women play cricket. I enjoy watching England's women play rugby and football. I enjoy watching Katie Taylor box. I love watching Rose Namajunas and Shevchenko. And yeah, it's just more content, more sport. I really enjoy sport. There's some sports I can't get on with. Some things that I'm like... But most stuff I can give it a watch, you know. It goes all the way. If Jake wins, someone on Jake's side must have paid, said Denley. It's going to be a 6-round knockout for Jake Paul, said David. CCFC said, who do you support in football? It's Cardiff City for me. CCFC, shout out to you. I support Man United. The reason why is because when I was at school, my friends supported Man United, but the other reason is because when I was at school, I had no interest in football. And when I got to, this is true, when I got to secondary school, the only thing that people seemed to want to talk about was football. When I was in different classes, sat next to someone, the only thing that you really seemed to be able to find in common was football. Everyone spoke about football. So it kind of felt like you needed to have a team. And at lunchtime, I would play football, and we'd be in the field. The jumpers would be down for the goalposts. Someone would have a ball. And I would always get chucked in goal, right? Always get thrown in goal. I just never played it when I was at primary school. I never played it as a kid. I watched wrestling. When I was a kid, I watched wrestling. So when I got to secondary school, when everyone was talking about football, I was out my depth. So, you know, I got thrown in goal. So I used to watch Peter Schmeichel, who was the Man United goalkeeper. I used to watch him, and I used to enjoy watching him because he was the best. And he was a goalkeeper like me at school. When I'd get thrown in, so I'd watch where he would stand, and I'd watch how he would move. And I really loved watching him play. So, you know, all these kids out there watching Messi and Ronaldo. And when I was young, I was watching the Man United goalkeeper. And it was just around the time they were starting to do well as well. So, I mean, it was like amazing, which is why now it's all right. They don't do so good, because I feel like I had such an amazing time when they were, that now I feel like I sort of, yeah, okay, this is karma. You know, I got to enjoy all those amazing moments, and now it's like rough going. And I need to take this time now. This is where you prove that you're a real fan, by sticking with it and, you know, being embarrassed when we're playing rubbish and losing. And so that's how I got into it. It actually wasn't anything to do with, oh, they're winning, I'm going to watch them. It was more, my mate was into them anyway, but I really enjoyed watching Peter Schmeichel. That was my favourite footballer as I grew up. Millennial said, getting into this mess will damage Joshua's reputation a lot going into the future. I'm saying this before the match has even happened. Imagine what could happen if his performance just ain't good. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Joshua has got a level that he is going to know that he's at, right? I think that Jake knows that he can punch at a certain level, and he can move at a certain level, and his footwork, his explosiveness, his standing jump, and all this kind of stuff, you know, the vertical leap. And I think there's loads of things that you can measure your power, your strength. You know, you can measure lots of different things. Jake's going to know where he is now compared to where he was a few years ago. But Joshua is going to know where he is now. There must be reflex tests. There must be things that say, you know, where you are right now. And as you get older and your skills decline, and I think we can agree that Joshua's skills have declined. Joshua must know where he is skill-wise. So I look at it and I'm like, Joshua might not be the fighter he was, but he'll know that he's still 95% the fighter that he was. And he'll know the level of performance that he needs to deliver here, right? I mean, chances are he could be 50% the fighter and still win, right? But if he is 95% of the fighter that he was, he knows kind of he knows what level of performance he needs to deliver, right? I think that he should go in, and as long as he does that, he should win. It should be that straightforward, really. The interesting thing will be if Jake throws up any surprises. I saw an interview with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn was like, when this fight came across our desk, we did kind of question, is there something going on here that we don't know about? What is this about? Why have they asked for this fight? What's this about? And Eddie says, I think the only thing that we can think is that Jake believes that Joshua is washed, that he is slowing down. He's coming off a loss to Daniel Dubois, and that Jake really believes in his skills and just really believes he can do this, but he ain't going to. That's what Eddie Hearn says. So, I don't know. It's a weird one, this, isn't it? I don't feel tense. I'm not worried. I'm not sat here going, oh my God, please, Joshua, come on. It's weird. It's just weird. This fight's weird. What's going to happen? We're going to find out. Tyler said, I actually hope Jake has improved and shows some. I think he needs to keep moving. Don't just sit there, because AJ will hurt you, says Tyler. Well, here we go. Let's get the... we got Lennox Lewis, Andre Ward, Layla Ali. All right, well, I thought we were going to get started. They just showed the video package, but now they've cut over to the pundits. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow, guys, with AAA. I've not set that up yet, but I will. Bang, bang, bang. I think it'd be nicer if we change it over. This is still from last week. Layla Ali says, I don't really want to be seeing this go past 3 or 4 rounds. I'm with Layla. I'm thinking round 3, round 4. That gives Jake something to brag about. There's Jake. He is... Logan's there. Well, he better have watched SmackDown on the TV backstage. Otherwise, he's a fake fan. I would watch the whole card if I knew it was on Netflix instead of stupid SmackDown, says Akeem. Akeem, that makes you sound like a fake fan. It does, Akeem. You've gotta watch the bad wrestling to enjoy the good wrestling. That's the rule. That is the rule. I like the Hogan gear, said Jeremy. Michael said, there's a lad that I'm friends with named Doran who's boxed Joshua and Dubois. He said AJ is the better boxer, but Dubois hits harder. Interesting. Michael, thank you. Daniel said AJ should end this no later than round 4. He's fought one boxer, not over the hill, and he lost, says Daniel. I actually hope Jake has improved, said Tyler. The fight comes down to if AJ cares more about money or pride. CCFC said AJ's downfall was his glass chin, and it started with Ruiz. Realistically, there's no chance of Jake winning. Well, if Jake believes that it is a glass chin, perhaps that's what he's banking on. Okay. Daze Smackdown hurts so bad. It makes every ache and pain feel twice as bad, said Akeem. I know, but I know. We know. Listen, that's what we're here for, but we're a support group. We are a support group. We are here to provide support for you. Okay, Jake's still being shown. The fights are also on YouTube. It was early in AJ's career, and it was early in Dubois' career, says Michael. Days 2026. Is that 10 years on YouTube for you? It is 10 years for me, yes. January, actually, quite early. So we're not far away from 10 years of Wrestling Daze. I have absolutely zero plans. No plans whatsoever. Zip, zilch, nothing planned whatsoever. I might have the flipping day off. That's my plan. I'm going to sleep. Taylor, King Yeti said, Jake's American. Joshua is British. So go, Jake. I'm kidding. Joshua, knock Jake out, please, says King Yeti. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. I think Jake is actually trying to make that a bit of a thing because he's going to come out with American Made on, but I don't feel like that's a thing. I don't feel like people are really viewing it that way. Rory McIlroy is in the crowds. Yeah, I maybe I'm wrong. I don't view it as America versus... I think more people view it as YouTuber versus boxer, don't they? More than America versus Britain. I'm not viewing it that way. I mean, obviously I want Joshua to win because I want boxing to win. And, you know, the damage that would do to Joshua's reputation. Rory said he's looking for an early Joshua knockout. So yeah, King Yeti, it's a good point. It is Britain versus America. Uh, 10 years at YouTube. Days hasn't aged a bit, says Denley. Do you know, I've still got the beanie that I wore 10 years ago. I need to remember to wear that on that day, don't I? On that day. Just wear that beanie from... I need to find it. Here's Logan. He's really upset about being called part-timer, isn't he? People say I'm a part-timer, but if I'm a part-timer, why am I there every Monday? Well, if you're a part-timer, why have you only had 13 matches this year? If you're full-time, last time I checked. Okay, Logan's probably going to attack AJ backstage wearing Austin Theory's mask. Trini said it's so dumb, it's fantastic. Mauro Ranallo's here. He's such a good commentator, isn't he? Mauro Ranallo's so good. We got David Hay as well. I miss Mauro announcing wrestling, says Mayor Pete. Yeah, I agree. Bum, bum, bum. Right. Never heard of this guy, said Tyler. Used to be a WWE announcer. Not for very long. I mean, he has mental health issues. Seriously. And he really struggled. I want to say, is it bipolar that he's got? But I'm not 100% on that. Mauro is the GOAT, said Mr. Unfamiliar. They're dragging this out a bit, said Bamba. They are, aren't they? I mean, this is what everyone's tuned in for, of course. Dan, why would you say that? Right as I was about to say he sucks, says King Eddie. I think that was it. It was in a documentary, says Mayor Pete. Paul said, get your money on a draw. Trini meant naked gun. I miss Mauro announcing wrestling, says Mayor Pete. Plot twist. Daze never changes his beanie or his clothes, says Michael. If Jake lands a few good punches, I'll be impressed, says Bambo. Okay, well, I tell you, Logan looks tense. I've thought that at the weigh-in and everything. Logan, like, kind of has that look on his face, like, I can't believe this is happening. Jake's just like, do you know what I mean? If Jake does win, come on now. Boxing is the most corrupt sport ever. Joshua is a multiple-time world champion. Not to mention an Olympic gold medalist, said WrestleRants. Brony said, Daze, what would be more shocking? Jake knocking out AJ or Roman showing up more than 10 times in 2026? Great question. Great question. What if Jake does? What if he does? What if it turns out that actually we have underestimated his punching power and he just wings a big overhand, it connects and Joshua goes down? What if? Anthony Joshua is going to have to try and force the action. Okay, we're moments away. I see a run-in by the Vision. Daze, you're trying out a new comedy routine. What if Jake knocks out AJ? At this rate, the cricket will be over before the fight starts, said James. I know. Blimey now. Smackdown ended an hour and 10 minutes ago. We need 10 years of Daze video package like a Cena one. Oh, yeah, with the same song, Sweet Disposition. And then it just cuts to me and I'll tap out at the end. We want tables, said Corey. People need sleep here, said Denley. Well, what's that? Judge rules that WWE must turn over materials related to the DOJ SEC investigation into Vince McMahon. Is that the shareholder lawsuit? Right. Edward, thank you. Right, we got another video package. This is a lot like John's. This is a lot like John Cena's retirement. Just lots of video packages at the moment. There feels like more build was put into this than Triple H put into WWE all year, said Steve. There's clips of him fighting retired Mike, said Hawks fan. I don't know why. Now we're going to commercial break. What the flip? Andrew said, I've been watching these streams since Nate Connor too. Andrew, thank you, my friend. Jake, all show my kids I beat a 50-year-old Tyson. Jake Paul's last fight is eerily similar to a farewell Cena package. Well, commercial break right now. It says we'll be right back. The time for talking is going to be done very soon. I mean, I would get like the rounds up on screen and everything, but there's only 8 of them, first of all. And I don't even think it's going that long. Joshua, KO round 2. If Joshua does it in round 3, is that a problem? Well, people will have a little moan, won't they? I've been watching these streams since before Daze had grey hair, says Miss Trini. Yeah, it's true. I did start dyeing my hair grey the other year. I just think it means that when I talk, it makes me seem a bit more sophisticated, which is, you know, why I do it. It's definitely for that reason. Am I the only one here who wants Jake to win? Yes. Cleveland Brown. Yes. James said, I'm going to sleep during the Chelsea-Newcastle game. Do you know, it's a really interesting weekend, this, for me, because it's quite chilled. I mean, the AAA thing, do you know what I mean? It's not like, I mean, people will join us for it, hopefully, but it's not like Cena's last match. So, you know, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It'll just be fun. Do you know what I mean? The AAA shows are normally fun. So, you know, we'll watch that. Some unscenes and bits and bobs, but yeah, I suppose I need to do some rapping. Like, get some Christmas presents sorted. I've got stuff ordered and there's things that have been arriving, but I haven't written a card and I haven't wrapped a present. I feel like I probably do need to do a few things. What time is that AAA show? I can't be F to look. Do you know, I don't even know if it's up, actually. I'll have a look, James. Bear with. Let's go over to WWE. Let's go live. It's on at 2 o'clock in the morning. Which means that is 9 Eastern. So we will be live. We'll be live a couple of hours before that. So we'll be live from midnight UK time. We'll do a 2-hour chat. We'll talk about how Jake Paul dominated Anthony Joshua. And how everyone was shocked that Jake won. Apart from us, we saw it coming. And then we'll watch the AAA show. They caught him sitting in the audience. Who was that? I'm sorry, I just can't buy this being real. Look at the odds. Joshua is like 10,000 to 1. It's not even. It's not near even. Yeah, no, he is a big favorite. He's a big favorite. King Yeti said, what's funny is that I'm older than Daze. How do you know that, King Yeti? Are you older than 21? And I've got less grey hair. Daze must have hella stress. Yeah, have you seen this community that I have to interact with? Yeah? I have to watch Logan Paul wrestle. Daze, hear me out. The crowd for Cena's last match won't be as cool as the AAA crowd. You're going to get the cream of the crop, says Corey. Okay. Daze, maybe the masked man helps Jake win, says Money Worth Monster. Maybe. He has been unmasked now, though, buds. He has been unmasked. Tyler said a wrestling glaze community. Let's go. Let's go. That always makes me think of Krispy Kremes. Trini said, I've got grey hair in this community. I have heard that. James told me. Right. It's about that time. Daze, do you think Jake Paul is serious about boxing, or is this all for money? No, he's serious. I believe that. I mean, I believe that he has really dedicated himself to boxing over the past 3, 4, 5 years. Who's she? Sky Bishop. She looks like a fish. This is the best we could get. Are we being trolled? Has Jake Paul trolled us? Is this really the best they could find? Boo! 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 Even I'm booing. Imagine coming dressed like a fish. I bet they got someone good, ain't they? Yeah, who they got? Multi-platinum? Oh, yeah, you've gone and got someone multi-platinum, haven't you? Who did we get? Some blooming girl off the street? That's who we got. Can you sing? No. Brilliant. Will you do the British National Anthem? Oh, I'm amazed you haven't got Taylor Swift. I'm amazed you haven't gone and got Beyonce. Well, I really want Joshua to win now. After this disrespect. Okay, look, you can hear it, can't you? There's a little bit of some bit extra here. Although this is quite a hard national anthem to sing, I always think. What are those things in the sky? Rockets the bus runs in air. Come on! Night that our flag was still there. I'd imagine a lot of you are just like, I ain't even gonna bother. This is way too high. It's killed many a career, this has. Here we go. Here we go. It's a big ending. Of the free and the home of the brave. That was better. USA! USA! That prompts a USA chant. I kind of like those. I don't know how they're doing it. Those kind of like, you see those balls that were in the entranceway, and it was kind of like doing that. That was kind of sick, wasn't it? It's making me cry. Man, I'm in tears. Both of those anthems, so beautiful. We need Lillian. Oh, she was great, actually. She killed it. Lillian Garcia did such a good job, genuinely, I thought. Here we go. There's just a 6-inch reach advantage. Just around about 30-odd pounds difference. 5 inches in height. The age probably goes in Jake's favor, but obviously the experience as a result does not. Jake's got 7 KOs. Anthony Joshua's got 25. To be honest, Joshua looks like he's doing more even in that graphic than Jake. In that like little graphic they had there, Joshua like this. Yeah. Jake was kind of standing there. Joshua was working hard in the graphic. Right, we're getting... We're going to bring the challenger out first. We're going to bring the rookie out. We're bringing out the B-sides. What's this guy called? This guy is called Anthony Joshua. So keep an eye out for this guy. He's coming out first. He's meant to have a lot of potential. This is hard for Joshua, isn't it? Because it's like, if I can break his will and break his mentality, I'll break him down. Everyone's like, yeah, we sort of expect you to do that, to be honest. I'm gonna, if I can break his soul, I can break him. It's like, yeah, we just sort of expect you to punch him in the face, to be honest, mate. I mean, you can get as deep with it as you want, but we sort of expect you to knock him out, like, pretty quick, so... You do whatever you think you need to do. You say what you need to say, but just get the job done, yeah? Anthony Joshua making his way down. No big entourage. He's literally coming down on his own. Who's that? Who's that? Who's rapping? Who's that? Bro doesn't need a team, says Cal. Hello, Cal. It's not a long walkway. He's already in the ring. Eddie Hearn. I don't think he's bothered going, to be honest. I don't think Eddie's there. Stayed at home. Nah, Eddie's already in the ring. I wonder why they don't do the Nigerian national anthem, because he's very proud of his Nigerian heritage. There's a Nigerian, he's got a Africa tattoo, and there's a Nigerian flag. I suppose you can't do endless anthems, but here we go. Here's the problem. Is he still called the problem child? I don't think he uses that so much now, does he? I don't know what you think. AJ lad looks decent, says Cal. Well, I'm keeping an eye on him, but I'm keeping an eye on him. Serious, if you can't see Cena, should you make his toy clear or should they make it camouflage? They did make it one clear, didn't they? They did a see-through John Cena figure recently. Did you read my comment about Paul Heyman, says Keegan? I don't think I did. Here's Jake Paul. Those balls are down again. Not his balls. The balls above. 6-7. He's coming out to Hogan's theme. It's coming out to Real American. Fight for your life. Ah, who do I support? Jake's coming out with wrestling-inspired stuff. Dude, there's going to be a rapper that comes out, and I'm not going to know who it is. I think that might be the 6'7" man. The 6'9" man. 69. Oh, I'm just hearing a lot of N-words. Oh my god! Oh my god! What's happening? Someone, guys, I'm watching it, but can someone tell me what's happening? It is 6'7". Guys, 6'7's here. Jesus Christ, get your phones out. Everyone's got their phones out. Takeshi's Castle is here. Is this exciting? It's 6'9". Does he not come out in public much? It's a lot of excitement for seeing him. Are they serious? They're serious. They are serious. A man dressed as Hulk Hogan came out with a black man. I'm confused, says Jordan. It is crazy. We're trying to rehabilitate the reputation. Wow. Logan is dressed like a Terminator. Well, it's all happening, kids. That is America's finest role model, Tekashi 6'9", says Poppy Crocs. Well, I only got a glimpse of him, and I am so inspired. He came out and said the N-word a lot, like screamed it in my ear, and I am just feeling so inspired. There's rappers in the crowd that he snitched on. Oh, well, that'll be fun after. There might be a few fights we need to keep an eye on then. Hulkamania for life, said 006JB. The time, as my old man used to say, he who gets in bed with an itchy bum wakes up with a stinky finger. Wow, Philip, I love that. I love that. What do we take from that, though? Ointment? Make sure you put some cream on before you go to bed? I don't know what we take from that. Wear gloves? I feel sick. Please, AJ, said Chris. Let this shiz show begin. Do you know, I feel sick. And that's because England have a chance in the cricket, but it's not much of a chance. It's like a tiny chance. It's like a Jake Paul chance. It's not even that. That's worrying me. Will Logan and the Vision get involved? I hope so. Is that Holly Holm? It looked like Holly Holm was in the crowds. I thought he just said Obafemi. Danny said, I think the lesson is wipe properly. That is the lesson. AJ getting his intro. Mark said, what's cricket? It's the greatest game in the world. The greatest game in the world. I'm talking about the boxing, says Keegan. Well, we're just doing intros. The whole 6-7 thing is dumb. People that flip out on that just sound ignorant, said Truth Teller. Well, I don't even know where it started. Was it like some basketball player that started it? Booze for Jake. I haven't got there yet. I mean, there will be boxers and boxing fans that are going to this hoping that boxing wins, and I don't think Jake's representing boxing in this fight. We need the OTC to save this show. Oh my god, will someone just punch someone in the face already? What the flippity doodah? Aussie reviewed, but route not given out. Oh my god, James. Well, England needs to get, this partnership needs to be there for the 200. And then we might start talking about having a chance. Right. It was a basketball player. It was like some sort of rating, and he said 667, and then 6'7" became a thing. That's crazy. That's crazy how it took over the world, isn't it? Right, let's get rid of this poll. There's no point. It's too big. I don't know why it's that big. It actually annoys me. AJ by finish. Let's go, Kings. We are going to get the touching of the gloves. Oh, no touching of gloves. Right, wow, damn. We're underway. Did they already do the chat and I missed it? AJ is in the middle. Then we got Jake staying on the outside. So fight starting the way that we expected. Jake is on his bite. Anthony Joshua throwing out a jab as Jake stays on the outsides. Anthony Joshua again trying to jab to the body. Jake again circling rounds. AJ needs to stay switched on here, and I'm totally fine for this first round just being what it is. Jake again, I mean, look at the range, look at the distance. Jake tries to come forward with a little bit of a jab. AJ is keeping Jake jab coming into the body. Jake again moving out the way. Jake trying to keep some footwork going. There's a big hook shot there by Joshua. And I think Jake just saw his life flash before his eyes with that big hook shot. Again, Joshua just trying to trap Jake. Look, he's not trying to allow him to give him the space to circle round. There's a right hand that comes in by Jake Paul, but crashes onto the arm of Joshua. Joshua with a hook shot. Again, having a little look as another there's a lot of footwork here by Jake. Jake doing a lot of running. As soon as Joshua gets in, Jake clinches up with Joshua. Jake goes down. Joshua right back up on his feet. Jake again on the outside. We've had a couple of jabs coming in there by Jake. Joshua, Jake putting out that lead hand. Joshua trying to put in a jab as Jake stays on the outside. He comes in forward. They clinch up. Joshua. He's trying to... It's scrappy, isn't it? It's messy. There's a right there by Joshua that gets through. Jake staying on the outside. Oh, Joshua had him there. Oh, big right hand there by Joshua. Jake has to try and get out the way. He has got his hands down. Joshua taking a few steps back as Jake circles round. Jab coming in there by Joshua as Jake goes over against the ropes. Joshua again is looking. Oh, end of the rounds. Jake Paul survives round 1. Are some people going to say that's a victory for Jake? Jake did nothing in that round but backpedal. I think AJ has got Usyk's team behind him. Could be the best move in his career, says Michael. Paul's just going to float around. AJ is going to have to get him in a corner. I mean, this could be the strategy, can't it? That could be the strategy. I mean, we might have just seen... I mean, that round is the least surprising round I think I've ever seen. Anthony Joshua in the middle of the ring as Jake just runs around on the outsides and just tries to throw something. Anthony Joshua putting the pressure on and trying to back Jake into the corner. Joshua a little bit gun shy, but that's okay. He won't stay gun shy as this fight progresses. Body shot coming in there by Jake. Joshua trying to throw a right hand. There's a right hand there by Joshua. Joshua has thrown 14 and landed 2. There's another right hand there by Joshua. Jake with a smile on his face. Jab coming in there by Joshua. Jake on the outside, circling round, trying to come forward. Joshua blocking those shots. Jab coming into the body there by Joshua. You got to say, credit to Jake. I mean, he doesn't seem to be presenting Joshua because of his movement with, an opportunity there to throw a big shot. I do think that Ngannou is quite a static target. He certainly did not have the movement that Jake is showing. Jake's movement and footwork is so much better than Ngannou's. Couple of jabs coming in there by Joshua. Another jab coming in there by Joshua as Jake tries to go. Hook shot misses there by Joshua. He's struggling to pin him back in the corner. Roots out. Oh, God. Oh, we didn't need that, did we, James? Now that is a disaster. I wish it could be 17 degrees. Can Jake keep this up for 8 rounds, says Gav. 40 seconds to go. I mean, look, he's got a game plan. He ducks underneath and he clinches. The ring looks bigger than normal. I think it's 22 by 22. Crowd are booing. I don't know what people were expecting, though. Was you expecting Jake to stand there and just take punishment? Joshua jabbing him. He had Jake in the corner. It's an interesting challenge, this, for Joshua, isn't it? Jake's just sort of like running around like a rabbit. And it's like... please get him out, said Alex. There's lots of room to run away. Oh, I can't believe the cricket. Grab a hold! I'm not even being funny, but you can see AJ pulling punches. Well, I don't think he wants to leave himself open. I really don't think this is... I don't think this is scripted. Jake just wants to go the distance like Rocky. Imagine at the end if he makes it. Adrian! Logan! Okay, Jake on the outside with Joshua in front of him. Couple of jabs coming in there by Jake, but I mean, hook shot there by Joshua. It's about avoiding like a big right hand in it, and so far that's what he's doing. There's an advert for Raw. That's a nice shot to the body there by Joshua. Jake comes forwards. I'm not mad about what Jake's doing. People need to remember it's 8 rounds. If you thought that Jake was going to stand and bang, then that's on you. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I don't rounds. Joshua has thrown 47. He's only landed 8, in all fairness. Yeah, as soon as they get close, Jake just grabs. A jab by Jake to Joshua. Oh, big body shot there by Joshua. In the clinch. Jake is... Yeah, I agree with David Hay. David Hay say he's doing what he's got to do to not get knocked out. Oh. There's a right hand there that was close by Joshua. Joshua has thrown 22 shots in this round. He's landed 6. Logan's yelling at him like he's his coach. Yeah, Lawrence Okoli said this, that it's hard to trap, it's hard to hit. Logan is a real fighter. He knows what he's talking about, says William. It's a bit dull, innit? It's a bit dull. There's just not really much to tell you about. I mean, you've got Joshua kind of doing this, trying to come forward, trying to trap Jake. Jake is just running around the outsides. Crowd started booing. But every round that Jake survives is a round he survives. And every knockout he avoids is a win. I mean, at the moment, Joshua's going to win this on... he's going to win this on points. Boxing is only exciting in the Rocky movies, said Mr. Full D. Round number 4. Jake makes it to round number 4. The numbers are putrid, says Mauro. Jab by Anthony gets through. Jake comes forward, tries to clinch up with AJ. Jake goes down. It's hard to fight a guy that runs, says Bambo. Yeah, I mean, this was going to happen. It was going to happen. It is happening. Oh, there's a overhand right there by Jake that lands on the arm of Joshua. Mauro says, what is life, as Jake throws an overhand right. It, I don't think got through. I think it was another one that just landed on the arm of Joshua, but Mauro, obviously, because something happened, getting excited. Joshua's thrown 69 shots, landed 14. Jake has thrown 28, landed 10. Yeah. Oh, he's done well there to avoid that. His evasiveness, I think, is going to really surprise some people. AJ isn't sweating or breathing hard, but Jake is sweating. Joshua trying to land a big blow. Putrid is a point for Mauro. Okay, this thing's going to get into round number 5. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, it's an interesting challenge, this, for Joshua. I don't even know what's happening. So is it an Anthony Joshua low blow? Is that what I'm watching? How much time have I got left? No. I don't see a low blow. They just showed a replay and I don't see a low blow. So what, Jake's just had a bit of a breather during the fight. Jab coming into the midsection. Never as this is just long, isn't it? And this is just like, I don't know. I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what I'm watching. Jake keeps falling down and even Mauro's like, I don't get this. Yeah, the referee has just said to both guys, this crowd has not paid to see this. Beep. This is crazy, mate. If you want a talking point out of this, it's how putrid this fight is. People have not... If you want to get upset with Jake Paul, he's giving you reasons to. Did Triple H book this, said Mr. Full D. This is the strategy, though, isn't it? But I have never heard a referee say that to fighters ever. I have seriously never heard a referee call both fighters in and go, look, this crowd have not paid to watch this. Beep. Blimey now. Even WWE is better than this, said Trinity. By hook or by crook, he's got to round 5. You know, how many people would have given Jake a chance to have got to round 5? I do think Joshua is probably going to be a bit frustrated. You know, I mean, he'll know that those people will be saying, an official scorecard gives Jake that last round, and I'm not sure why. There's a lovely right hand there as Jake went down. Joshua cracks Jake. Yeah, I think Jake's struggling there. He just got hit there by Anthony Joshua, and is that one of those moments where you say fair play? He's carrying on because he just got cracked. Big overhand there by Jake. Body shot coming in. Logan at ringside. Oof, I tell you, that right doesn't seem to have much sting in it there momentarily. Joshua taking a few steps back. Jake ducked down and AJ cracked him. It'd be nice to see some bodywork actually by AJ. Oh, he's hurt. Jake's wobbling. Jake's wobbling. Jake goes down onto his knees. Referee comes over. Referee's counting Jake. Referee is counting Jake. Jake gets back up. Knockdown. That's going to be classed as a knockdown. It's a big round this for Joshua. Jake having to try and survive. That right is Jake hanging on to Joshua's leg. Ref count him. 8. Jake gets up. People are applauding the fact that Jake has got hot. There's some punches that get through. Big right hand there by Joshua. First 4 rounds of this were absolutely atrocious. The referee has a words. Right hand there by Jake Paul. Joshua knows that that's the weapon in the arsenal. He's gone down twice in this round. There's a right hand. Joshua swinging away. Jake stumbles back. He stays on his feet. And Joshua gets it. This is like a brawl for all. Well, do you know, I mean, they're trying to G up Jake. Do you see what happens when Jake fights an actual boxer? I want to see that head dip down and... He's in a whole world of pain, isn't he, Jake? Yeah, Jake does land one of those rights on Joshua. Joshua took it out. I wonder if that's going to be a bit demotivating for Jake. Jab coming in. Anthony Joshua. Couple of jabs coming in there by Jake. Jake going over is a real mess, man. He's just leaning up against the ropes. There's a right hand and Jake goes down. It's 8. He gets back up again. Jake gets back up. Joshua coming forward again. Jake over against the ropes. 3 knockdowns in this fight by Anthony Joshua. There's an overhand right there by Jake. Uppercut there by Joshua. Joshua has thrown 75 punches, landed with 31. Joshua moving forward, jab coming in, shot to the side of the head. Oh, mate. Mate, that's a beautiful hook shot by Joshua. Jake Paul goes down. 8, 9. That'll do it. Jake Paul loses. He is not knocked out cold. 4 rounds of running around means that it's a Joshua win in round 6. I thought it would be Joshua round 3, round 4. Jake did a lot more running than what I was expecting. We made it to round 6. Maybe you can criticize Joshua for not finishing it in round 5. I think it's really hard. I think it's really hard to put him away earlier than that, but well, there we go. AJ breezed through that, said Hawks fan. AJ not even trying. That was awful. I don't know. It went the way... Yeah. I mean, look, he's okay. And that's, you know, the most important thing. Netflix get a bit of a show. They get a few rounds. We all get our answer. Send the crowd home happy. Is Vince booking this? Said your tribal chief. I don't think AJ wanted to hurt him too bad, said Akeem. Criticism has got to go to AJ for agreeing to this nonsense. What next for Joshua? I don't know. I mean, I don't think Joshua should celebrate too much, to be honest. Joshua's in the corner like, yeah! I'm the king of the world! I don't know. I don't know what people are going to be saying. I mean, obviously, I think there are wins in there for Jake. Jake gets hit and he takes it. Jake lands some shots on Anthony. I mean, you got to say there are definitely some wins in there. But there was a lot of running as well. I don't think I've ever seen a referee have a word with the fighters going, listen, this is in. People haven't paid to see this. Jake KO'd is all I care about, said Steve. He ran for 5 rounds and ran out of stamina, says Trent. Did he get the right uppercut? I don't know. There was a hook. There was a hook that finished. That there. Yeah, Jake goes that. He's not out though. Yeah, I mean he catches him good. Honestly, if I'm Joshua, I'm probably a little bit like I should have knocked him out cold. Joshua comes over. It'll be interesting to hear from him, won't it? I think that ref just wanted Jake to get dropped like the most of us. Berger said it's the greatest fight ever. Yeah. It's going to go in the history books. I mean, it's going to get crazy views. It's going to get crazy views. I don't know what people are saying. This is almost as bad as the Tyson fight, and it sounds like the crowd and referee agree. AJ has finished. AJ has finished the story. Wrestle with Andy, very good. Danny said Jake was a disgrace. He kept diving to the floor. This is Mania 41 main event, said Real Worlds. All time. Yeah, let's get the poll. You're right. Let's do the poll. Match scores, fight scores. What did you think? Days, WWE missed an opportunity to have someone like Jay or CM Punk attack Paul backstage, said Finby. Well, they got promotion from this. What's happening here? Logan, what's this? Whoa, what's happening here? Someone's having a word. Who's, I don't know, Logan's having a word with some people. So he wasn't having a word with Joshua. $131 in round 6. I mean, obviously the chat's going to be that Jake makes it to round 6. Joshua holds up Jake Paul's arm as well. Okay, Anthony just said to Ariel Helwani, speak to him first. Oh no, it's going to speak to Joshua first. It wasn't the best performance. Jake did well tonight, said Joshua. He said, I've had a 15-month layoff. Is he calling out Fury? Oh, he's got more questions. Joshua calls himself a Greek god. He says to Ariel, I know you see a Greek god standing before you right now. He refuses. Joshua refuses to get hurt. Joshua said, in basketball, both teams score points. In boxing, both fighters are going to land shots. Well, he's in good spirits. Find someone that looks at you the way AJ looks at it. It's romantic, isn't it? He's got his, like, it's really like, I'm giving you my full attention. He's got his arms on Ariel and he's like talking straight to him like this. I'd imagine it's a very intense experience for Ariel right now. It's a very romantic experience. A lot of people will criticize Joshua for letting it go that far, but Jake spent 4 rounds avoiding the fight, 2 proper rounds, and he got shown up for what he is, an amateur. Jake got through the first 4 rounds by running away. The only saving grace is we did get to see Jake humbled. That's what some of the comments are saying. How are you feeling? Jake says, Anthony's a great fighter and I got my ass beat, but that's what this sport is all about. For 200 million, you'll be doing the same thing that AJ is doing. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Surely people can't criticize AJ for that fight. Oh, they will. I'm sorry, Liam. Have you met people? Ariel asks Jake if he's going to keep going, and Jake says yes. He wants the Cruiserweight World title. Jake said he's going to take some time off, but he's interested in the Cruiserweight World title. Jake went 2 rounds with AJ, got tired after running from the first 4. Jaw broke. Did he say he had a broken jaw? If he said that, I missed that. Did he say he's got a broken jaw? Or Jake's got a broken jaw? Oh yeah, Jake Paul confirms his jaw is broken. Blimey now. But he ran away for 4 rounds? Wow. Wow. He thinks his jaw's broke. Do you know what? Fair play. If he has broken his jaw, I mean, you don't get that satisfying knockout. I mean, there's a shot where Jake goes down and goes, whoa. But it's a lovely shot, that right hand, isn't it? I mean, when you look at the angle from behind, he sets him up as well with the body shot. Goes downstairs, bang, jab, oh, to the body. Yeah. You could hear that heavy lip when he started talking. That's a sign of a broken jaw. Oh. I don't know. I don't know what people are going to be saying. I feel like there will be criticism of Anthony Joshua for not putting this away quicker, but honestly, I saw Jake running around for 4 rounds. The referee has a word. That seemed to shift things. Joshua then looked like he was going to get it in the 5th. Jake survives, credit, but gets put away in the 6th. The Ariel AJ romance, I think, is the biggest talking point, said Wrestle Andy. I just wanted to hear what they're saying. Lennox. Lennox said Anthony being out 15 months seemed to show. Lennox says Jake wasn't in good shape for a big heavyweight like this. But is this a much of a fight for AJ as a promo event to get him back in the public eye, said Daryl. Yeah, I mean, the eyes of the world are on this. And, you know, I mean, I don't know who didn't know of Anthony Joshua before, but, I mean, those people now know of him now. And, you know, these images of Jake getting punched, and certainly if it turns out he has broken his jaw, are only going to be shared all over social media. And as a result, you know, it's going to be, you know, good publicity for Joshua. I don't think Joshua comes out of this looking that great, though. I really don't think he comes out of this looking that great. I think that the fact it did go 6 rounds is going to be a talking point. The fact that Jake was able to take, you know, Jake gets knocked down like 2 times before, 2 or 3 times. So, and he keeps getting back up. I mean, you would like to think that Joshua would have the power to just put him out cold straight away, but that was not the case. And even with the shot that puts Jake away, he doesn't knock him out. He's not out spark, out cold. You know, he's down, but he's not out. So, you know, it's one of those that's like, I think there will be criticism here. But the nightmare scenario has been avoided by Joshua, you know. The head scratching that everyone had has now been answered. People have wondered what the hell this was and how is this going to play out and all that kind of stuff. And well, you got your answer now. I think obviously Team Jake's going to spin this, and they should. They're going to present it as, you know, he's a warrior. He's got that fighter spirit. He took a fight that no one thought he should have took. Stepped in there with the heavyweight champ of the world. Went 6 rounds. You know, they're going to spin it that way. I don't think Joshua's team are going to spin it anyway. I don't think they really need to. I think people saw what it was. I don't think the fight's going to get good reviews. Joshua moves on to other things. Jake has a break, comes back, moves on to other things. Netflix get crazy views. It is what it is. I think AJ was paid to go easy on Jake, says Roman Reigns. This wasn't even a good sparring warm-up, said Akeem. AJ milking the crowd is a joke. He needs to leave. He's a bum, said Alan. I think it's a poor result for him, but I've never seen a boxer spend so much time shaking hands on leaving the ring, says Daryl. He landed 48. He threw 146, landed 48. Yeah. I think the tape fight will be better tomorrow, says Finley. Right, well, we're done. There we go. We all wondered what this was going to be, and we got our answer. You lot have voted. We've had 170-odd votes coming in, and I can tell you that you lot said this was good 66%. Well, it wasn't. Well, it was close to being bad, actually. Good and bad were equal, but good got it in the end. But oh my god, just blow it up. There we go. Right, I am gonna go. Really appreciate everyone joining us. Really appreciate everyone sharing their thoughts. yeah, we're back tomorrow for AAA. I'm going to go and grab something to eat. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for that stream. So thanks a lot for watching and see you again next